like to join the Discord discussion, so I'll have an open mic. Well, not quite open mic. I'll click on people to participate as the night when we have like different questions and stuff we'll be talking about. Should have like a pretty lively discussion about Dungeon Crawler Carl this evening. I just went live on YouTube as well. You guys can weigh in. Let me show you guys how to go about doing that in a second here. Drunk reading. Finally, Barb read Big Brain book. Not quite. Okay, so if you go on Discord, right over here, let me show you this. Here is Discord, and here is our Discord right here. And if you scroll down to Book Club Talk, you can click on this, and you can click on Join the Audience. And then from here, like you see how I think that's Thorgot, you can like raise your hand. And then if I click on somebody, I can like open the stage, and then that person can be able to speak. So I may have to, Discord audio settings are always annoying. You may have to go into your audio and tinker with that. I'll try to raise everybody's volume or lower it depending on how loud or quiet everybody is. But that's more or less how we're going to run it as we're talking about Dungeon Crawler Carl this evening. I know I was muted on Discord because I think if I do this, if you're in the audience, you might get double audio. So I'll probably, I guess I can leave myself unmuted. That's fine. Mazel, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mazel. But yeah, let me get my beer rocking here before we jump into Discord. I'm a little lonely tonight because usually Dan has been here for every book club, regardless of how bad every book club was. We'll try to manage without him here tonight on Dungeon Crawler Carl. I feel like this is probably, hang on, let me maybe change the music. The Baldur's Gate, I don't know if the Baldur's Gate 3 is hitting. Hang on, let's go with this one. Some Baldur's Gate 3 music here. This could be good. Let's try this one. There we go. We'll try this music out. This is like the first beer I've had in forever. I got some Red Stripe left in the fridge. I got some 1911. So let me get my Red Stripe rocking here. Dan the MIA. I feel like Dan's probably a little sad he's missing the book club. This is the first one he's missed. This is actually if you haven't been here for book club before, this is actually book club number 5. This is number 5. We've done let's recap so far. Recap the book clubs we've done. Yeah, I think Dan's on vacation. Yeah, he's fine. He's on a trip somewhere. So book club number 1 was The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, if I'm not mistaken, right? Was book club number 2 Haunted, I think? Was that number 2? Book club number 2. That was Chuck Palahniuk. It was like a horror kind of weird one. Book club number 3, I think was it Dial M for Murder or some, it was like the murder mystery. The Word is Murder, that's it. Dial M for Murder, that's somebody else. The Word is Murder. And then book club 4 was The Blade Itself, which was a fantasy novel. And now I feel like book club number 5 is now Dungeon Crawler Carl, which I feel like this is probably the one that people would be, out of all of those, probably the one that people would be like the most interested in. Probably the one that people I think are the most into. It's kind of I don't know if you guys would agree, but it's kind of like a little bit of a phenomenon right now with people really getting into it. I feel like it's poised to explode even more. As time goes on, more people getting into it. How many books are there? Did the 8th book just come out? So there's and I think he said he wants to do 2 more books, book 9 and book 10. And the success of it probably indicates that there's going to be even more and more and more. So that's right. We'll be talking about that later today for sure. You can get a hold of the book first. The library wanted it back immediately. Yeah, probably a lot of people are really going crazy for that. It's a Western isekai. I always thought of Western isekai as Stargate, where you show up, nuke his ass. There's always that stupid meme of showing up. Hey, there's this guy who thinks he's a god. Nuke his ass. Yeah. There's a Dungeon Crawler Carl. We'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that one later. So it's a new Lord of the Rings. Ooh, I feel like I'm gonna be all right. Well, before we get started, so a couple things. I'll try to give everybody a chance to talk. I'll prioritize people who haven't talked before over people who have like made. It's okay if you weigh in more than once, that's fine, but I'll prioritize people who haven't spoken before. There's also going to be prompts for people. Like I'm trying to like guide the discussion a little bit, because I feel like it might be more productive perhaps than just what did you think, right? Like we have to have a little bit of like a guiding discussion of it so far, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, we're talking about Dungeon Crawler Carl. So just to be clear, only the first book. We're only talking about the first book. We're not talking about the other 7. Only the first one. So we're limiting ourselves. I think it's fine. Try to keep spoilers out of it as much as possible. And try not to go over too much. I know it might be hard, but I know people here. I actually read the first and the second book. I feel like, you know, my kids were screaming. I don't know how much of the second book I really absorbed, but you know, we'll see how we'll see how the night goes on. I'd probably read more of it for sure. What about the Dungeon Crawler Crawl hentai fic? We're gonna leave that one out. Anyway, Mazel, thank you for the sub. Merrick, thank you for the sub. Gathering Storm, thank you for the bits. Bat Boss, Prasmodius, Danger Tater, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right, what do I gotta say? We get started with Dungeon Crawler Carl. Let's do it. There's a webtoon. You know, that's actually that goes to kind of works into my first question here. Well, second question anyway. So I don't even really know. I'm gonna take a sip of beer. I don't really even know. This is like a newer thing, I guess. This is the only literary RPG I've ever read. I didn't even, before Dungeon Crawler Carl, I didn't know this was like a thing. Now, I don't know really what I think of it, but what do you guys think of the literary RPG like genre? This new, like, I guess it's kind of new. I don't know what the first book was that was like this. I don't know. But like, what do you guys think of like either this one or that one? Literary RPG is super hit or miss. What? Well, like a literary RPG, I guess, is like I'm not even really sure how to describe it. Maybe that's part of it. How would you describe it, and what do you think of it? That's what we're gonna start with, and we'll get more into the nitty gritty of the book itself. So, all right, we got. Let me go invite, pick some people here, and invite some people to weigh in. We've got Game Outlaw. What's up, Game Outlaw? How are you?
I am well. Happy Friday. How are you, sir?
Doing good.
So I think one of the first lit RPGs, and probably somebody in chat knows this more than me, but I believe it was like 20 years ago. It's like a classic where I think somebody's like a gladiator or something like that, and everybody views them across different planets and such. But anyways,
that sounds very familiar.
I'm sure it is. It's a really good book. It's very popular. But anyways, so Dungeon Crawler Carl, I think was I thought it was really good. I didn't think it was great, but I thought it was really good. It felt very rushed. I did finish the second book as well, but the first book it seemed very rushed. It seemed like there was a lot to absorb, and I felt like I got a sense that the author had this, huge grand story, and they got all these planets and levels and syndicates and races and classes, yada yada.
So you don't remember the name of that literary RPG you're talking about, where he's like a gladiator or something? You don't remember the name of that one?
No, I mean, I'll text my friend, but I don't know. I don't know it offhand, but I
don't know.
Somebody probably knows it. I'm trying to remember what it is, but it's a classic, and it's a very, 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 very famous author. But I'll have to circle back. I'll throw it in the chat if I see it.
Sure. I've never read like a book that was kind of where like you level up, and like this book. If you've never read it, we'll talk. Well, I'll explain the premise of the book as well for people, because if you're in the chat, press 1 in the chat if you haven't read Dungeon Crawler Carl. Because there's probably people watching right now who like they didn't do their homework, and that's okay. There's probably a fair amount of people who have like no idea what it's about. Actually, a lot of people didn't read the book. Oh my god, dude, you guys are all failing. I'm gonna send you guys a note. See me after class. But yeah, I'll explain the premise and stuff. But to be honest, this was the first like book like this. If you don't know, this book like literally has fucking loot boxes in it. Like that's not a joke. Like the loot boxes are a massive part of it.
Yeah,
so
very RPG.
Yeah, I was curious if somebody in the genre in chat or somebody had like experience with this before, because this was my first time. I'd be curious to read other books like this to compare and contrast, I guess. So, but. Yeah.
I mean, I think it was a great book. I think that it has a lot of room for improvements. I think it's very cheesy. I'm not a fan of cheese in the books where it's like the end of the chapter he's like, oh well, my plan was so crazy it just might work. It's like the end of chapter. I'm like, okay, come on, like we get it, like this is epic. So it's some of it felt forced. I at the end of the day though, I recommend it, you know, if somebody's into I mean really just a fantasy genre in general, because you know it doesn't touch on things that are so technology based or not, you know, there's swords and spells and it branches a lot of
things. It's kind of a hard book to define what like genre it's in, right? Like how do you define?
Yeah, it dives everywhere.
Yeah.
It's
a bit all over the place, isn't it?
Everything but a love story at this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's everywhere, but I think that it has a lot of potential. I know the author's written other books that are decent as well, but overall I was a fan. I thought the characters were a little flat. I like Mordecai. I thought, you know, he was cool. Odette at the end, like you see some at the end it starts to branch out of like, oh, this is huge. He's on a TV show. He's got ratings, rankings. So.
Certainly, like in every like a big series, there's always going to be like the expansion, right, where you like learn more about the world. And, like
it opens up.
Exactly. Right. Yeah.
What's
up, Fiscurious? How's it going?
Did well at that towards the end of the book.
Did you need to throw me in here?
Yeah. What's up, Fiscurious? How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you, man?
So do you have any knowledge about the literary RPG genre?
Not at all. I'll say this. I think it's hokey. Like, what the fuck does that mean in the terms of the book? For me, if I hear literary RPG, I think choose your own adventure. You know, I think you're actually doing something. He's just prescribed like video game logic to a book, so I don't really get how it's like an RPG. It just seems like a fantasy game.
I guess, like, to define it, when we think about like character progression, like, I don't know, like just as an example, like as the Lord of the Rings goes on, Frodo is like succumbing to the power of the ring, you know, and like he's obviously being like kind of tortured, and eventually, right, like that's like his character arc, but he's still strong. In Dungeon Crawler Carl, the arc is like they're gaining experience and leveling up and gaining, like, you know, like Frodo doesn't like, hey, I killed that orc and I leveled up 3 times. I guess it's like a weird. Right. So I don't know.
I think he took advantage of it just being a smaller genre to get his book more appeal. If I'm going to be like that, like I think he knew he could have, like, that's what I think. Yeah, like after I've only read the first book. I've not read anything else, but just after reading that, this is like stock fantasy in this situation, and I think he chose the literary RPG genre because he knew his book would get more appeal and like more advertisement that way. Just
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I agree with that. Actually. I think that it's got a mass appeal. It's a mass appeal, and you'll get a lot of readers that way, and surely he did. So yeah, I can definitely see that.
Did this start as it started as some kind of like web series, right? And that was how it like got its origins. Was it like on a blog or something, or does anybody know? Like, also, when did this book first come out? It can't be that old, right? I'm not even sure. 2020. Okay, so it's self-published in 2020.
I think is what I saw at the end of the book or something around there.
So
fairly new.
Yeah, he's been pumping these out pretty fast. So we don't have a George R.R. Martin situation where, you know, I don't know, maybe the next book will come out in 9 or 10 years. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, he's been on a roll. He's pumping them out, you know, pretty rapidly. And the people that I know that are far in the books, they're a fan. They seem to enjoy him. So they wouldn't be that far in the books if they weren't, I suppose. But
it's totally a fun read. To me, I think this is like if Ready Player One and Harry Potter had a baby.
Yeah, Ready Player One. That's the same feel. I feel the same way. A very video game. It mixes, you know, something like that's adventure and friends and family, you know, trials and tribulations and all that, but it throws in loot boxes and experience points and cuss words.
You hated Ready Player One.
Exactly.
I've never read or seen Ready Player One, so I don't know. I've heard that there's like tons of references in it. This book is like extremely self-aware. Like he references directly the things that like he's evoking. He mentioned Dungeons and Dragons. He mentions video games. Like he's very aware and hip to all of that. Like for sure.
I think those are the best parts of the book, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Like when he's using the kind of in-ground logic of games to do as foreshadowing and stuff like that. I think that's the best parts, but like his characterization and stuff, I don't care about any of the shit that happens. I'm not going to I wouldn't buy these books to read them, just like I didn't buy Harry Potter to read them, but because I have access to Kindle, I'm probably just read them for free.
Sure, right. I mean, there's all kinds of ways to get books for like basically nothing nowadays, right? Or you can maybe a friend could share it with you or something. I don't know. I'm a fan of the having a paper copy in front of me and like reading on the toilet, that sort of thing. So I'm old school. I'm a boomer. I've got unk status. So your husband is sharing all the books with you. Yeah, it's fun entertainment. Yeah. I think that I don't want to get too in the weeds about the genre. I think I wanted to ask this question to chat because I figured maybe somebody was more knowledgeable about like this like area of literature, that because I've never read really anything like this. So it's hard when I have no basis of comparison. So like if you compare it to like Lord of the Rings, like or fantasy or whatever, like it's not really trying to be that, so it's not really a fair comparison, I guess. So yeah.
Trying to carve out its own niche, I think.
Yeah, but surely there was books that were like this, right? Like other. You've read quite a few literary RPGs. I'd just be curious to read what those other ones were like, just to see what those would be like, I guess. So I don't know. A lot of Japanese stuff is like that. I don't know. What's up, Chap? How's it going, dude? Or Chapel? Okay, possibly some audio issues. It's like literary junk food. I don't think you're wrong on that one at all. Most are not very good at all. You've read dozens of them. They're a real mixed bag. I mean, honestly, that's not saying like a genre of books is a mixed bag. I don't really feel like that's that like that's not that big of a condemnation, because bro, fantasy is the biggest mixed bag like ever. In fact, I'd say fantasy is overall pretty bad, honestly. So it's like it's not even mixed bag. It's like even worse than that. What's up, Dancing is Bob? How are you?
Doing good, man. How are you?
Doing good. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, I think it's interesting. If I can share a little bit about this too. I know there's a handful of other lit RPG books out there. And I know he started writing them during COVID. He was actually kind of like a fan fiction type thing. Mm-hmm. And I think, he's got a lot of video game influences, and he's been a big gamer for a long time too. And I think that's just kind of how it's his comfort space,
mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. It's cool that it's kind of because he started writing it self-published and it's found this huge audience. It makes sense that it started when COVID. I mean, like, bro, how many ROM hacks do we did? A lot of people had a lot of time at home all of a sudden around 2020. So it's kind of cool that this was born out of that, right? So it's neat. He started in horror. Has he published like other series beyond this, or do you know about that, Chapel? Or Dancing is Bob? Do you know about that?
Yeah, I don't know if there's series. But I know he's done. I think Kaiju Battles Surgeon or Kaiju Doctor Surgeon, something like that. Another kind of you're put into this whole different universe. But I'm not sure if he made that into a series though. But that seems to be his
Battlefield Surgeon. That's the book he wrote.
Yeah, Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon. That's it. Yeah, it's good. Like it's a lot. It's it's a lot more dark and twisted. It's kind of like a psychopath's wet dream, but it's definitely in a world of its own. It's definitely kind of a step outside of your comfort zone, and we're gonna hit you with all this stuff that's already fashioned in this world that already exists. So.
Do we think Matt Dinneman is a Twitch viewer? He's got to be, right?
Oh yeah,
likely part of your stream, honestly.
Maybe he's here. Yeah, I mean, probably right.
Yeah, he even mentions Twitch chat inside one of the inside the book inside there too, and I think it's super interesting too. I think one of the things also with him saying, he does this literary RPG thing, I watched one of the interviews and he talked about how he's able to show the strength of the character over time, because normally, like you said, like Frodo, like he's going through, he's developing, he's becoming a stronger person as he goes. This is kind of adding numerical values to those so you can kind of gauge that strength of that person. So it kind of guides them a little bit too. I know, kind of like you say, like it's a popcorn style book on there and it kind of helps gauge that strength and that development to that character as it goes,
Yeah. I think with the book, like, it's there's the progression of like the characters are progressing in terms of leveling up and getting stronger. Like he got this new fist, he's got a new pair of boxers that raise his constitution, like etc. Right? I do think there is at least an attempt at like developing the character beneath that as well. Like so it isn't just to say like, well, he doesn't even try, like maybe he does a bad job of it, I don't know, but there definitely is an attempt to like flesh that out for both Carl and for Donut, I think. So now whether he does a good or bad job, I mean, that's another discussion, but there is an attempt at doing that. So,
and I think they do a good job of showing the character growth just between the two of them, like their dynamic. They kind of start out, button heads, and they're not really fans of one another, but by the end of the book, they've grown closer, and I think you see that later on as well.
For sure.
Your found family.
Exactly. What's up, Black Tank? How's it going, dude?
Hey, Barb and Chad. How's it going?
What's up? Doing good, man.
I don't know that I could speak much to the literary RPG genre, but something came to mind. I don't know if you've heard of a book called Mogworld from like the early 10s or whatever. It's about an NPC in like a video game world that gains sentience and like all the characters can't die, so he's trying to find a way to permanently end his existence. But that's, to me, was a better example of a game that takes, or a book that takes place in a video game world that doesn't just like lean too hard on the video games. Like, oh my god, it's a video game. It just kind of uses that language. I feel like Dungeon Crawler Carl kind of like is like, oh my god, video games, right? And it's kind of eye rolly sometimes.
Well, it's kind of, I feel like, obviously, well, I don't think it's saying like a lot. I think we could all agree that I don't know if books are the most popular form of media entertainment in the year 2020, like 2026. Like, how many people will sit down and be like, I want to have fun tonight. I think I'm going to open up a book. Bro, like, you've got video games, you've got Twitch, you've got TikTok, you've got like drugs, like, I don't know, there's like a million things you can go do.
Why do anything when you have drugs?
Exactly, right? So how many things do you have that you can do? Like, how many people are going to choose to read a book? And I think with something like Dungeon Crawler Carl or some other ones is that they're kind of, it's meeting the readers where they are. Like, I think somebody who doesn't read a 1,400 page fantasy novel might be a lot more interested in a book like Dungeon Crawler Carl, where it kind of reads like a video game. The prose isn't super challenging, it's funny, and like it's like a lot more likely to grab those people in that one.
That's kind of where my opinion of the book landed, is like, it depends on who is reading this book. If it's super easy to read, if you want to read it on the beach, or you want to read it to zone out a little bit, perfect book for this. It's not super hard to follow. It's fun. It's funny. It's kind of cheesy, easy to follow. But I feel like if you want to be like a little bit more like challenged by something, it's kind of basic. I don't really follow I don't think the characters have like great, not really a reason to get invested in them. Like, I don't really know what Carl wants other than stay alive, and that's what every crawler wants. So like, why is he special in this book?
Somebody in chat said book talk, and I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, there you go.
I kind of like book talk. That's pretty good. All right, let's see. Hang on. Let me click on this one. Okay, so this is like another question. You guys can all answer this. I'm inviting people. I'm trying to get new people in as much as possible, but I think that there are multiple ways to. There's at least 3 ways I'm aware of. There is the book, which I read, right? How did you read, or how did you consume Dungeon Crawler Carl? Go ahead. You guys can each answer. How did you guys read this?
I read the paper
audiobook.
Audiobook? Okay. Can you tell us a little more about the audiobook? Because people have been raving about it.
Yeah, the audiobook was fantastic. Honestly, I normally do paper books or a Kindle, but I read this, or I listened to this, I should say, a lot at nighttime. And the way it steps outside, the way it kind of sets itself apart from other audiobooks, it's not just a person reading. It's not just an expressive person reading. It's not just somebody just even doing voices, but whoever reads it, I don't even know who he is, but he's read all of them so far. But I mean, it's a different accent, it's a different phrase. There are sound effects. There are just ways that he kind of embodies the characters, where, you know, even without being aware of the scene that they're in, when somebody speaks up, you know who it is, because the way they talk, the way that this person is expressing them, who's reading it. You know, the shouts are shouting. The fear, you can hear it. And I think a lot of that is hard to express and get people to feel. So I think that's why a lot of people were drawn to the book.
It almost sounds like old school, like radio programs, like the Lone Ranger or whatever.
Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah.
Kind of like that.
War of the Worlds.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It's like, and I think that's what it was. I definitely think that's what it was. It's a, I don't want to call it an experience, you know, because that's pretty lame, but it's definitely different. It was a good change of pace.
What's up, EDTA Killer? How's it going, dude? Maybe some microphone
Good evening, everybody.
Oh, there you go. What's up, dude?
Evening.
So how did you read Dungeon Crawler, Carl?
So I'm hearing myself twice.
Oh,
I'm not sure how to fix that. Or do I have to just deal with it?
You may have that could, yeah, maybe mute the stream. You can hear me through Discord, maybe. So if you mute this, if you're on the stream.
Okay. I will
take out your headphones. Yeah, that's one way too.
All right.
So people are kind of, you know, people always think I'm crazy. I actually hear my own voice back in my ears, like while I'm streaming. I've been doing that ever since like I started. People think I'm nuts for doing that, but I that's why I prefer it, honestly.
Okay, I unmuted. Basically, I muted everybody in Discord so I could hear the stream, and then I was like, oh well, that makes a lot more sense. Just mute the stream instead of.
That's psychopathic. Wow, you know.
So this is my first RPG, literary RPG book, and I liked the way he would you know, describe how the game was done. But one of the challenging things was the actual fight scenes. I got kind of lost in them a bit. Like what was happening to who and when, and when he would switch to like a different way to describe the scene, like in his past, he would say something with his dad or something with his mom. It's like whiplash for me. I had to like read it and then get the context as to how he was describing that scene from that little.
It seems like you're not alone in finding that the fight scenes were like a bit of a struggle. Like you don't think you're alone on that one. I don't know if I had much of like a difficulty myself, but it doesn't seem like you were the only one on that struggled with that one. Did you read the book, or was it audiobook, or?
No, I read the book. I finished it yesterday at noon.
Okay.
And I've already bought the second one.
Oh, there you go.
I absolutely love it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like a big commitment to like read it. To me, it was a very like I was reading like kind of a chapter a night. It was kind of airy, not like super heavy. Like you know, it's not exactly Moby Dick or something, is it? So you can
no, it's very manageable. I sat and I read like 200 pages in an afternoon and didn't break a sweat.
Yeah,
it's very good.
Corking said something crazy that apparently, according to the wiki, the audiobooks have sold more copies than the print and physical versions. That's fucking crazy, actually. I guess that's like a testament to how good the audiobook is. That's pretty wild. I'm also kind of curious. I don't know if you guys are. I have a picture of it on the screen right now. It's the on the Twitch channel. It's the graphic novel of Dungeon Crawler Carl. And I don't know if anybody here read the graphic novel of it, but I kind of feel like it would be kind of fantastic. Anybody here read the graphic novel? You read the webtoon? Yeah, I'd be curious to see. Yeah. Need that? Yeah, I'd be really curious to read that one. Yeah.
It's a fun follow-up after you read the first one, just to kind of visually see that stuff too, you know. And I ended up reading on Kindle and the physical, but I second the thing about the fight scenes though too. I had to kind of reread those a few times though, just to really have them make sense. But the webtoon, yeah, the first one came out, so they're actually a lot slower than the books. The first one I think covers the first third of the book. So there's going to be a few more that they're going to be releasing too. I think the next one comes out in October. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But it's really fun though. It kind of helps visualize some of those things too. It's really nice after you've kind of either seen it or listened to it to check it out after.
It is cool, I think, to like if you read a book and then you like either see the movie or you know, read the graphic novel or whatever, because it is always nice to compare and contrast like how you imagined it and then like what it actually looks like. And sometimes that can actually piss you off, because I when I read Game of Thrones and then the TV show came out, I found like everything wrong. But I mean, I still like the Game of Thrones TV show when it came out, but like that whole HBO show, that shit pissed me off when that shit came out at first. What's up, Ryan? How's it going, dude? Welcome on in.
How's it going? So I read the book the classic way, you know, with my own eyes and whatnot. So the story behind is a little bit funny. I put in the reservation for it at like the end of April, and it took weeks for it to come in. This is a cooperative library system across all the branches of the county. Will like share their curriculums together in case somebody in the town that's 20 minutes away wants a copy. It's in, etc. You know what I mean? But so there were 47 copies in the whole system, and I couldn't get a hold of it for like 4 weeks. Once I finally got the copy, yeah, that just speaks to the popularity of the book series, I guess, is that I couldn't get a hold of the copy for like 4 weeks, and as soon as I had it, they basically wanted it back immediately. Even though it's a 14-day book, even though you get 2 renewals on it, they sent me an email saying, we need it back immediately. So I just kept it. I suffered the fine, and I was able to read the whole thing when I was doing poll work on the primary elections. So that was 16 hours of just sitting on my ass and with nothing to do but read the book, and that's how I read it. So had a good time with it. I'd say the only thing that really bothered me about it, if you can even call it that, was basically what a lot of people have already touched on, is that he's making a bunch of references to the modern day stuff. And on the one hand, I'm getting sucked into the story. I'm picking up the lore and the leveling system and the mechanics and all that, like I'm actually diving into a video game. And then on the next page is a bunch of references to Twitch and Twitter and all that other stuff. And it's like, it reminds me of this one cutaway in Family Guy where Meg is, I don't know, she's in kindergarten, she's doing a play, and then Peter's sitting in the audience and he's like, I'm very aware that I'm watching a play right now. And it just it gives me that. Oh, thank you. It gave me that same vibe. Like, I'm very aware that I'm reading a book written in Seattle during COVID lockdown. But other than that, I still think that the book has been a good way of. It's a good way of introducing video game concepts to people that don't play video games. If their primary entertainment is books, and they're curious about what video games are like with the leveling system and our world here on Twitch, basically, it can be a good way to sort of bridge that gap and kind of explain what our world is a little bit about.
I agree with you, but I kind of feel like in reverse, where I feel like I don't know if there's man, there's this massive army of book readers out there just waiting to get into video games, I feel
Right.
like there's
It's
there's
very-
two of them, but
Right.
but
We touched on that a few minutes ago.
Yeah. I do think
Because
though
books are kind of. Go ahead.
I do think though that there are a lot of like video game, like this could be a bridge for a lot of younger people who maybe would never look twice at a book, and it has that like kind of magical word of mouth where, you know, like, oh, have you read that? And you're like, I don't want to read a fucking book. And you're like, no, dude, you gotta read it. It doesn't read like this crappy book, bro. You gotta read it, dude. It's like reading. It's really funny. You'd be like, all right. And like maybe this could be like a gateway drug to like other books. Like once you finish this one, maybe you'd look for something else similar. You know, it's definitely a dude book. Yeah, exactly. It's rare, but every once in a while a book like that can get that like rare word of mouth and kind of spread around, right? And I think that this one's probably just it's going to continue to blow up for a while anyway. So,
Right. And so if we talk about like the difference between the audiobook and the actual physical book and how the audiobook was so much more popular, it's just like a difference in the delivery system.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same story. It touches on the literary RPG genre, but it delivers to the consumer in a way that might be more appealing to them. For example, we touched on the literary RPG topic earlier. I don't have any good book examples, but I can say that there are a lot of anime and manga that touch on the subject, particularly isekai, where the protagonist gets dropped in a fantasy world and goes off and does his thing. The couple that came to mind were Sword Art Online and Solo Leveling, specifically. And I really like the core concept of Sword Art Online, but the writing and the characters are they're dog water, so I just dropped it. So if you want to invest people in the genre, then there's multiple ways to do that. And I do appreciate that Dungeon Crawler Carl was a way of trying to bring book people into the video game space and vice versa. And however they accomplish that going forward, well, the results speak for themselves.
Maybe he was trying to do that, I guess, or maybe he was just bored and write this and be like, yeah, okay, like I'll write this, and you know, one thing led to another. I don't know. Maybe that was his goal. I guess, is that what we think? Like he wanted to bring people into like the fantasy genre and read this sort of thing. I don't know. I think that's it's hard to tell from the text anyway. Kind of feel like he was just off doing his own thing. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I remember there was a number of people in the chat who said that like they hadn't read the book. They have no familiarity. I'll just give you like a quick rundown of like what the premise is. Like, what are we talking about here? All right, so this guy named Carl, he's in an apartment, and he lives in an apartment with his girlfriend, and him and his girlfriend are on the outs. She's on vacation, and he kicks her out. They're broken up, but he's still there watching their cat. He feels bad. He can't just leave the cat alone. Nobody can pick up the cat, right? So it's like he lives in Seattle, right? It's like January, the dead of night. It's like 10 degrees outside, and he wakes up, and all of a sudden, I think he goes to have a cigarette, right? And the cat jumps out the fucking window onto a tree when he goes to have a cigarette. So he's like, fuck. He can't leave the cat outside because the cat's going to freeze to death. So he runs outside. He puts on some fucking his girlfriend's Crocs, right? And he's wearing his boxers. So he runs outside to try to get the cat to come back inside to help. The cat's name is Donut. And while he's outside, like all the buildings of the city all get like flattened. Like he's standing out there trying to get the cat down. All the buildings get flattened like a Coke can. Like everything as far as the eye can see is all like smushed and completely destroyed. So then he's like, what the fuck? Like he doesn't believe what's going on. What the hell's going on? The cat's freaking out. So he hears this voice in his mind, and it's saying something like, your planet has been chosen by the Barant Corporation. After being seeded thousands of years ago, your planet has forfeited the rights of ownership. Therefore, this planet is going to be stripped mined of its resources. And if you want, we're also going to broadcast the World Dungeon, and the entrances will open in like 15 minutes. Good luck. Something like that. So he's freezing to death. He's got like no choice, basically. There's no clothes or anything like that. He can't do anything. So he's like, fuck, the dungeon entrance opens up pretty close to him, and he pretty much doesn't really have a choice. It's either freeze to death or go into the dungeon. So he takes the cat goes with him, and they jump down in the dungeon. And then that's where things take off from there. And it starts like the intro to the book, it starts like within like 5 pages. So like there's no like 100-page like, and then it gets good. Like it pretty much starts off almost immediately, which I think does go that helps it a lot. I think that it just jumps straight in. No like, hang on, let me give you 150 pages of bullshit, right? It's really fast. So hits the ground running. Yeah, that's like the basic premise of Dungeon Crawler Carl, and we'll go into more of it from there. I think this is a good time to talk about the characters. I think there's really only two major characters for us to like really talk about. But let's talk about, what did we think of the characters? What did you guys think? Obviously, we're mostly talking about Carl and Donut. So hang on, let me get some new voices in here too. Carl being the dude that the main character, and Donut being the cat. So what's up, Sirloin Steak? How's it going, dude? I think, Sirloin Steak, I would bet that you have the wrong mic chosen on Discord.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. What's up, dude? Are you like really far from your mic or something? Hang on, we'll come back to you in a second here. We'll come back to you. Hang on, let me do that real quick. Sorry, we'll get that sorted here in a second. Hang on here. Let me get some more people invited to speak. Let's see. We got Tiny Tony. What's up, Tiny?
You got it.
Hey, what's up, dude?
How's it going?
What's up? What did you think of the characters in Dungeon Crawler Carl? What do you think?
Yeah, I liked the characters. When I first started reading it, I was kind of nervous because they were explaining how many exits there were in each floor and that they'd be cut in half. And then I'm like, oh crap, when they get to the end, there's only one exit and only Carl or Donut are going to be able to go down. But then I'm like, no, that's just the number of exits, not the number of people. So thankfully I unconfused myself. But I liked Carl because he was pretty much us, like confused, what's going on, having a million questions, the same as, us, like trying to figure out like what is going on. Asking Mordecai, like, why me, why us? And he's like, you're not asking the right questions. That's always the first question everybody asks. Mm-hmm. And then, so he's very like straightforward. He's the straight man. And then Donut comes onto the scene with the pet biscuit, surprising. I had no idea she was going to be given sentience. And she was hilarious. She was great, and she brings the personality and says the things, and he's surprised that she's making all those, like, how do you know these references? Like, I've been watching TV, Carl, like I know about Rory and Lorelai and all that stuff. So it's like I never watched Gilmore Girls, but at least I knew of it to know what she was talking about.
Yeah. All right. So if chat's not aware, if you didn't read the book, so he goes into the dungeon with his cat, and when he first goes in, he's like one of like the first 4,000 or 5,000 people. Like basically everybody who was inside is dead. So because he happened to be outside, he got really lucky to be alive, him and his cat. So when he enters the dungeon with the cat, at first it's like a pet, right? And when he first enters, he encounters some goblins, finds some stuff. That's true, actually, not dead. That's a good point. We'll get to that though. But he fights a couple of goblins, and then he finds a safe room, and he's like, oh my god, I'm safe. So because of all of these things, he gets various like loot boxes. Like if you do anything in the game, like let's say like you kill a goblin, be like, congrats, here's your bronze goblin box or something. So like every time you do something, you get something, right? Hence the RPG, right? So because he was the first person who entered the dungeon with a cat with him, he gets like a legendary pet box, right? And when he opens a legendary pet box, he has like a legendary pet treat that's going to transform your pet. So he's like, I don't know, do I want to give this to the cat? And before he can even decide, the cat like jumps up and like bites it and like eats it. And then Donut turns into a pile of goo for like 5 or 6 minutes. And then comes back as like this ultra uber intelligent, like has way higher stats. It has like double his strength, like 40 charisma. Yeah, it's like way stronger than him. And it also seems like the cat also has like all of the memories from life too. So like completely changes the cat. That's what happens to Princess Donut. Yeah. So basically, and also Donut's like way stronger than he is too. So they have this like this kind of weird dynamic early on. Right, she gets 2 charisma every level. Right, exactly. But not the perspective of them. He's right. She refers to him as like her manservant or something, which is pretty funny. It's a funny. It's very much like as Tiny pointed out, it's very much like the straight man and like the joke character. You know what I mean? Like it's a very classic comedy setup and I think it works. I think it works pretty well, honestly. I think it's Carl is definitely pretty paint by the numbers. Like he's a good dude. He's a good guy, right? And the cat he can have a lot more fun with, right? What's up, Mr. Underscore? How's it going?
How's it going? Am I all right in the quality of my voice?
You're good. Yeah, your voice is good.
All right. Characters. Oh man, I love the characters. I did mention some of the bosses, but like I kind of want to mention the Meadowlark, the senior citizens that all like got shuffled down the stairs with the nurses and the mechanics that were there. They are so badass. At least the mechanics, the 2 brothers and the nurses, like I love them both. They're really like they don't really stand out that much, but because of the tenacity that they hold trying to save their senior citizens, the old people. I don't know how to word it, but like I think maybe like 10 to 20 patients that were like in their 80s to 90s, like they all got shuffled down into the stairs because like the building got squished when there was a fire alarm and they all had to evacuate. And so like it was better for them to like just die in that building, but they didn't. And so the nurses and the 2 mechanics, Brandon, Chris, Imani, Yolanda, like they all had to work together to bring these like 10 or 20 so patients like down into the stairs, and they have just been kicking butt trying to like save them.
Right. And to explain to chat once again, so Carl isn't the only person in the world like in this dungeon.
Oh, yeah.
There's like I think what is there like 13 or 14 million people across the planet still survive the what happens at the start, right? So then as he continues to go through, the number, like they constantly broadcast the numbers. So like the first time you see it's 13 million, then it says like 10 million. So that means 3 million people died. And then later it's like 8 million. So like people are constantly dying. And as you read the book, he sometimes meets some of these other crawler survivors. And one of the groups he meets, like there's Carl and Donut are not the only characters in the book, obviously. One of the groups he meets is apparently there was like an old folks home or like a hospital, and somebody pulled the fire alarm, which led everybody outside of the building to like cover for it. And there's like a handful of nurses and hospital staff, and there's like maybe 15 or 20 like older patients, and they're all saved from being absolutely crushed, right? And then to survive, they go into the dungeon. So then they're off trying to survive as well, and that's another group of characters they meet like way later on. Agatha pulled the fire alarm. Yeah, there's something going on with that Agatha character too, right?
I completely forgot about Agatha.
She's the one with the shopping cart, right? And then
with all the goods in it, all the illegal goods.
Yeah.
Legal. I think Carl had to use the shopping cart as like a barricade or something. I forgot.
Right, he takes it from her at one point, and she freaks out, right? And isn't she like and doesn't she also? God, I might be blending the sequel. It's really hard to not also blend the sequel in with it later, but
Same.
She shows up later too. So like the whole she's still around. So I only read book 2, and my kids were screaming the entire time. So like I don't really remember like everything about it. But there's definitely more shit going on than we really know about, right? Like for sure. So
very suspicious.
Exactly. Hey, what's up, Corking? How's it going?
Oh, hey, Corking.
Hey, good. How are you, man?
Doing good.
Yeah, so I really, really liked the series. I'm like halfway through book 8 now. I've just been like devouring them since I started reading them. Yeah, I feel like they're pretty easy readers. But yeah, I mean, I think other people's criticisms of like maybe it feeling like they were a little bit flat to begin with. It just kind of goes from like action sequence to action sequence, right? There's not maybe a lot of depth to it. I think those are fair criticisms. I do think that gets better as the series goes on, you know? Like, I think he gets more... It's pretty clear to me that Matt Dinniman got way more comfortable as a writer as he got more experience with it, right? So, like, I think he's relying less and less on some of the, like, edgy humor, video gamey shorthand and actually letting his characters like breathe a little bit, right? And like letting those like the Meadowlark storyline, right? Like letting those characters really develop. And that's when I think the series has gotten really good for me, right? That's when I think it got something exceptional and something special compared to what it started out at, maybe.
For sure. I think it's interesting to see like if he got better as a writer as time went on. I only read book 1 and 2, and I don't know if I've like noticed that yet. But I see a similar thing in ROM hack sometimes where it's like somebody's first ROM hack and you can see like level 1 sucks, but like level 20 is pretty cool. Like the slow improving as time goes on. So I definitely want to read more for sure. I definitely want to read more going forward. Corking, did you start when we like said, did you start beforehand with Dungeon Crawler Carl, or did you start when we announced?
I started when it got announced. Yeah.
Oh wow, so you burned through these books very fast.
I did, yeah. This was my like late night kiddo woke up at 6 o'clock and then went to bed early kind of thing. Like this was my lunch break book. This was I really got into it as I continued to read. So I liked it a lot. I've never read anything like this either, right? Lots of fantasy, lots of sci-fi, but nothing ever quite like this. I liked video game book. I thought, okay, I speak this language, so this is pretty cool.
And you're in that camp of like the series gets way better as time goes on.
Yeah, I hate to be that guy, but book 4 is where it like really takes off, right? Like if you can just stick with it to book 4. Book 5 like brought me to tears more than once. I think it gets really, really good, comparatively, especially. I think, but yeah, for sure. Keep going.
Was book 3 the cookbook? Yeah. Please hold out on the third one because it is really confusing. It's so confusing with trains. What is so good?
Yeah, there's an author's note at the beginning without spoiling anything. The author's note says, it made me laugh because it reminded me of the Mystery Science Theater 3000 theme song where they're like, if you're asking yourself questions of how it works, just stop. It's just a show. Just relax, right? Just enjoy what we're doing here. So like the author's note at the beginning says that. He's like, if you're thinking about it too hard, just don't think about it too hard. Just go with it. And I thought, all right, I'll go with it. Fair enough, man. You got me. And I'm glad I did. Just go.
That kind of applies to the whole series, right? Like, I think if you're sitting there smoking a pipe and thinking about Dungeon Crawler Carl as literature with a capital L, like you're thinking about it wrong. Like, just go with it, have fun with it. Like don't get too bogged down in the lack of prose or character design. Just going with it helps a lot. But I feel like I got to reread book 2. I nothing I've read has like made me like I don't want to read this shit anymore. Like I would absolutely keep reading for sure. So It's a slow burn of some of the meta stories from the Syndicate and stuff. Yeah. What's up, Before Bird? How's it going?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I just wanted to say, like, my husband started reading the books before I did, and he was listening to the audiobooks, and he was just like so absorbed with the characters and the way that the audiobook was presented. And we drove down to Florida, and I was like, let's put an audiobook on, and I fell in love with the voice acting. And then I started reading the books, and it was nice to have a voice in my head when I was reading the book. So I'm on book 4 now, but it's just like, it was really worth at least just listening to the audiobooks for a little bit, just to kind of get that feeling of that experience.
It's cool that the audiobook is like this like super good option for people, you know, like that people have that. It reminds me, people have another audiobook people rave about is like the Andy Serkis Lord of the Rings audiobook. Has anybody here listened to that one? Apparently that one's incredible too. I've never listened to that one. I don't usually go for audiobooks too much, but it's crazy that apparently it's outsold like the main books and the physical media. So whoever did this, apparently this audiobook is like awesome. I almost feel like I have to go listen to it after like so many people saying how good it is.
It's definitely worth like I don't know, maybe a couple chapter listen, just so you can kind of get the vibe of what they're going for. I really appreciated that, because for me, sometimes it's hard to like visualize what the characters look like or sound like, except for just my voice in my head. So
yeah, everybody kind of reads differently too. So you know, it's nice to have an option like that just available at all. So that is cool.
Yeah.
What's up, Fisher
Also,
Rob?
I love
How's it going?
Donut, and I think she's the main character.
Oh, Donut is the main character? I mean, I don't think you're wrong.
Yeah, she's the wild
I think
card.
Donut would agree.
It's hard to dislike Donut. She's extreme. It's extremely charming. So we'll see.
I like the faction.
Whatever version of book 7 that I got downloaded on my Kindle, the cover that came with it did not have her anywhere on it, and I was like, that cannot be correct. So I'm like zooming in on every corner. So I'm like, she's got to be in there somewhere, and I'm just not seeing her, and she isn't anywhere on the cover. And I was like aghast. I was so upset when I realized she wasn't on there. So
I found this image. I've got this image on
cover.
stream. You guys might appreciate this image of Donut and Carl.
Very Mad Max.
That's cool.
Yeah. So like, I think like basically because Donut's charisma is like 40 or something, which is insane on the first floor. She can like charm everybody. So when they meet a bunch of goblins, she's like, oh, we could really use a motorcycle. And they're like, okay. Yeah, Donut is a cat. So Donut ate this treat that like apparently like, so the aliens are basically omnipotent. They can like pretty much do whatever they want. Like, you know, so this treat like reforms her body and changes her into this like super intelligent cat creature. So yeah, she also has like super high intelligence. She gets like a tome of magic missile, so she's just shooting magic missiles all around. And she talks the goblins into giving them like a motorcycle, which they use for like a long time, and which they use for a little while anyway. And Carl, on the other hand, so he goes in and he's like, he used to be in the military. I think he was in the Coast Guard, and he used to like wire electrical wiring and stuff. And, you know, he did some training in the military or whatever. So he's mostly punching things. Also, there's like another aspect is that there's just like AI overwatching the entire events of the dungeon. And it also appears that this AI has this like weird foot fetish. And it seems to really, really like Carl's feet. So like he can't wear shoes ever. Yeah, the AI is like really obsessed with his feet or whatever. So
because one of the first things he killed was a goblin with his feet.
Yeah, he like jumps on a goblin and smooshes it, right?
Yeah. What did you think of the AI, Barb?
What's the point of the dungeon? So the point of the dungeon is that what the Barant Corporation is saying. So like basically Earth is just a planet that was seeded with humans, because there's humans apparently everywhere. It's just like a seed, like basically humans were seeded on planet Earth. Why would they do that? They do that explicitly to run the dungeon. The dungeon is essentially like a big TV show, like a reality TV show. And they say they're there for the mining rights, but in reality, they're there just to run this TV show because that's where they make the most amount of money. So the entirety of human history, everything we've ever accomplished, everything we've ever done is pretty much just all bullshit because we were just here for a reality TV show for the dungeon way later on. So
be watched by like quintillions of people.
Yeah. The reason for the dungeon gets kind of sprinkled in over the books. Right. And there may be more to it later on as well, for sure. But there's apparently like a whole galactic politics and everything all going on. So is the AI considered a character? This one almost has a personality with the item descriptions. Yeah, like kind of is, right? It kind of does have its own character. Now, let me invite some more people. So there are some other characters aside from Carl and Donut that we've touched on. There's like the people who are from Meadowlark, right? There's the people from Meadowlark who have been the old folks home and the nurse staff, and they're trying to make their way. I think Carl teams up with them for a little while as well. So there's other characters as well for us to discuss. We want to weigh in on some of those. What's up, Deceitful Fish? How's it going?
Good evening, Barb. Good evening, chat.
Good evening.
So, in terms of characters, I think some of the best writing in this book and in some of the later novels, I'm in the fourth of the audiobooks, is what it is doing is character development. I think Matt Dinman does have some skill there, but he spends a lot of time kind of spinning his wheels on the mechanical trappings of the LitRPG.
Mm-hmm.
And the book performs the best, is most interesting to me when it allows itself to set those things aside and just focus on character interaction. You know, when it gives us bits of Carl and Donald's backstory, that's when I'm most interested. When it kind of peels back layers and gives you little hints about what's going on with Borant and outside in the greater universe, that's when it works best. So honestly, I think Matt Dinman could write better characters and write a better novel if he were to kind of shed this conceit of the video game book.
Mm-hmm. I think I'd agree that sometimes when he gets into like the really nitty gritty about like the rules or items or levels or experience, like sometimes I kind of feel like possibly my eyes are glazing over a little bit. Like I'm not like that interested in that, you know, because I feel like he'll just come up with whatever rules he needs to get to the next part. Now, usually that's all written pretty fast and it doesn't really bother me, but it definitely is not as interesting as some of the other stuff contained within there. So I think I'd agree with you on that.
Yes, and honestly, I would say reading this book is sometimes like playing a video game, playing an RPG, where you're more interested in the story than in the gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like you may have played like an RPG where you know, the grinding, the turn-based, you know, combat is kind of a drag, but you're really invested in the story. And Dungeon Crawler Carl and its sequels are like that for me.
That's an interesting way to put it.
Yeah, and I think as the story kind of, and in the later novels when he spends less time like laying down, like establishing how the world works, it can spend more time on character progression, developing these other subplots with some of the side characters and introducing more conflict between, you know, the various crawlers, between Carl and Donut and some of the other characters who are also trying to survive. So I think Matt Dinman does have some real teeth as an author. I think this particular format may not be the best showcase for his talents.
Interesting. So I guess another way we could look at this too is we could also talk about more about the boss fights and what's going on there, because as they're traveling around in the dungeon, they also come across bosses as well. And there's like different levels of bosses. Like some are like, there's basically like low level bosses and like higher level bosses, and then like holy shit, fuck you bosses as well. So we haven't really talked much about them. There was one boss in particular I thought that really interested me, but I'll let you guys weigh in before I talk too much about it. What's up, Drunken Panda? How's it going, dude?
Hey, how's it going?
Going good.
So I thought the bosses were actually probably the weakest part of the book. Like, to me, and I'm not sure if anyone else felt this way, but when something dramatic was happening, the reading didn't feel like it was dramatic until like the fight was almost over, at least for me. And I felt like also when it comes to the bosses, like that's kind of like where the AI comes in. I don't know, I haven't read any, I've just read the first book, but like all the bosses feel kind of like AI slop. Like it's just stuff mushed together, and I'm not sure if that's on purpose or not. But I mean, they're you know, they're pretty cool, but yeah, I feel like they're kind of weak.
Okay. Yeah, what were the bosses? There was like the trash lady. There was the pumping iron lizard guy. Yeah, there was the hamster ball of piglet dudes, right? The juicer, yeah, the gym bro. I think the gym bro was my least favorite. I think that one. Right, he also bombs the family of goblins, right? Like he just throws in a bunch of bombs there, and that was another one. Let's see, let's get some more in there. Curious to see, like, if nothing else, kind of curious to see what the other bosses will be as the series goes on. You know, like I'm almost like a little bit curious on how that's all going to turn out. What's up to Galahad? How's it going, dude?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, weighing in on the bosses. I felt the same way about the gym bro. I thought that was really, really corny. And I don't know if it was intentional or not, but there was a couple symbols in there that I found really interesting about the bosses. And the last boss, the one with the gerbil that got thrown inside of the dingo's mouth. I think the dingo, like when he was describing the dingo, he was talking about how the dingo was missing an eye and it was like beaten to hell. And it seemed like he was trying to illustrate like the scars and the trauma that Carl was getting by being in the dungeon. And I felt like the gerbil was kind of like, the gerbil kind of represented like all the trauma of all the crap he had to deal with going into the dungeon. And like the act of the gerbil going inside of the mouth of the dingo and the dingo's head exploding was kind of like Carl basically having to fight with himself, like not to go crazy from all this crap that he's dealing with. That's just like, when I saw that, I was like, this is not a coincidence. And then of course, soon after he talks about it, he zooms in on Carl, and then Carl starts talking about how like he went through all these changes and all this stuff. So I was like, okay, that was the case. He was using that as a symbol to kind of describe what was happening to Carl. So I feel like all of the bosses were kind of illustrating things that were happening to Carl internally. Does that make sense?
A bit, yeah. There's also like Carl's mantra where he keeps saying, "You will not break me," which kind of develops on. And I guess like if you look at Carl and everything going, like obviously the dungeon is changing. It's destroyed like all of humanity, and humanity is basically being killed for sport at this point. And you know, he's keeps saying, "You will not break me, you will not break me." That's kind of he's a bit carrying the torch for all of humankind a little bit, right? So I understand what Dinneman's going for with that one. So it's hard not to like Carl a little bit and be on his side for sure.
Yeah, I feel like Carl in the end is definitely winning in terms of, you know, not letting things get to him, and having Donut as a companion has definitely, like, you could tell it's genuinely helping him, like, not go crazy and to have a more lighthearted look on everything that's happening. And, you know, I was just thinking to myself as like this book club was coming up, like, was there a foreshadowing of this whole thing with Donut with the charisma? And there's another symbol right there where she's stuck in the tree. Like, I feel like the tree kind of represents her charisma in a way, or her ego. Like, you could look at it in a ton of different ways, but it's almost like the tree is kind of like a soapbox, and she needs to come down from that soapbox, and Carl kind of grounds her, so they ground each other in a way. You know what I mean?
You're a bit on a branch with that one, so to speak. I don't know on that one. Hot take. I don't think he was going for the tree of charisma. Probably not. Yeah, probably not on that one.
Yeah,
Well,
so
it
then
is
she explained why
interesting.
she was on the thing.
It is interesting thinking like because he just wakes all of a sudden from a dream, right? And correct me if I'm wrong with Agatha, didn't she like they don't even know why she pulled the fire alarm and they came out. So I'm kind of suspicious of like how people even survived to go into the dungeon. Like it almost seems like there was something at hand there. And the aliens have complete control over your thoughts, right? And oh, she set a fire. Oh, she set a fire. My bad. I'm a bit suspicious of everything, considering how much control the aliens seem to have over like everything, which is interesting. I've only read book 2. As for why Donut was outside, now this might be some spoilers. I'm sorry. This might have been book 2. I can't remember what it was because the books have really blended together for me. But didn't Donut go outside because she wanted to get with the neighbor cat that was having sex with like everybody?
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, she explains why. Yeah.
Right. So Donut's in love with this cat named she calls Ferdinand. And Carl's like, who the fuck is Ferdinand? Is like, it's this cat that's basically impregnated every female cat around. And the cat named Ferdinand is actually named Gravy Boat. So she went out there trying to get back with Gravy Boat. That's why she's outside screaming that night, which is, I thought that was pretty funny. Yeah. The webtoon started bringing up Ferdinand too. It's like Mugenics. It's a bit like Mugenics, right? Yeah, I don't know if that was a magic tree.
I just try to look at the story from the lens of like, I don't know, like what I learned in school on how to study a book. You know, like you have a foreshadow in the beginning, you have a hook, and then you have suspense that builds, and then a climax that's near the end of the book. So I just tried to look at it bare bones, like, did this book have all of those elements? So whether or not I was reaching, I don't know, but
yeah,
it seemed like he had everything that he needed to make a story that was a good story, a decent story.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't remember who said it, but sometimes a cigar is a cigar, and I don't know if you want to read too much into everything. But I mean, it's cool if you can maybe you can see through the lines. Maybe there's something you could see that we haven't. I gotta be honest with this book. I can't say I'm really like reading it and looking like, I feel like the way I'm reading like a Cormac McCarthy novel or something is not the way I'm reading Dungeon Crawler Carl. Like I'm just kind of along for the ride. I'm not really looking for like, I don't know, like, and maybe he will sneak some meaning in there or something, but I feel like I'm more just reading it for the entertainment, I think, and just entertain me. I'll go with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was entertaining. It was more like just looking back. Did it have those elements? That was all I was really looking at.
I've actually started to reread I was rereading the book a bit before tonight just to kind of refamiliarize myself because I read it like a month ago or so, and it is pretty interesting to reread. Because there's all kinds of stuff you can like look back on and be like, oh, I understand, because you understand it better after you know a little bit more about it. So it's kind of an interesting book to reread as well. So that's kind of interesting. I feel like that's going to continue throughout the series as you like understand a little bit more. What's up, 5 o'clock Shadow? How's it going, dude?
Hey Barb, hey chat. How's it going?
Going good. How's it going, dude?
Not so bad. Thanks again for putting this on. Really appreciate it.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I like book club.
Yeah. Did you still want to talk about the boss fights? Or?
Sure, yeah. What do you got to say?
I kind of agree with, I guess, most of what other people have said. The juicer wasn't really anything to like write home about. I did think it was interesting the spin that they put on where it was they just pushed the cart of explosives into I guess that was the Krakarin room. Mm-hmm. And then like the AI tells him later, it's like, oh yeah, you've murdered a bunch of babies and blah blah blah. So
I think it was like the goblin, right? Because
oh, maybe that was the goblins.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess I don't know that between that and even with the hoarder, it made me think, at least initially for the first book, like, are these other people that they've like transformed? Like, are these humans that they put into the game, or like are these sort of human tropes maybe that the corporation has like put together, I guess, kind of. So I thought that was, I don't know, I'm interested to see sort of like which direction they're going with it. Full disclosure, I've read through book 3, so I have a little bit of insight to it.
You've got a little bit of foresight there.
Yeah.
I think that is what they're doing, right? So like you'd think like, oh, they just killed all the humans are dead. They didn't actually, because all the humans, everybody that was like absorbed in like the big crunch, I guess they like took their like organic material and then like recycled them into like the goblins, the monsters. Like that's where they're getting all of that. Which, I mean, so I thought that the juicer felt like just kind of like a big joke that kind of went on too long. That part I was kind of like eye rolling. The boss, I feel like, and this is actually probably my favorite part of the entire book, was the hoarder boss. So it's the first boss they encounter. They stumble into this woman. She's this like gigantic, grotesque woman, and she's like puking cockroaches at them, these like level 2 cockroaches, and they're killing her. But when they get close to her, she starts like begging for them to help her in Spanish. She's like, please, I don't want to suffer, please, like my daughter, please, I don't know what's happening, please help me, that sort of thing. And it's like, oh my god, like what the fuck, right? That I think was actually my favorite part of the entire book, because it recontextualizes like everything in the dungeon, and you're like, oh shit, like what the fuck, right?
Yeah.
And then what's kind of interesting is that like like a few chapters later, then all of a sudden it's like, here's the juicer who's like, bro, what's up, bro? How's it going? Right. So like there is a little tonal whiplash there. That part in particular, I think that was, I think out of the two, so I've read book 1 and book 2. That's all I've read so far. That to me is like, that one chapter, I think, is why I continue reading like everything, because that was the most interesting, because like I really want to know more about like what's happened, the people that are here. Like that was like the only hook. That was like the real hook for me in terms of the world building.
Yeah. Like
go ahead.
The people and the NPCs and all that, like, yeah, what exactly, where do their roles start and end? And it was a bit of like a human connection, because it's like when we play video games, it's like, okay, we know this, like, you know, this is real, and usually we know who's good or bad or whatever. But then from Carl and Donut's perspective, these may be like actual other people who have just been victims of the dungeon, and how many others are there out there that they've done this to, right? So like, are you putting people out of their misery? You know, are you giving them some kind of peace, or
even the crawlers themselves when they die, because like, correct me if I'm wrong, depending on what floor you like stop or die at, then you become something, right? So like, even when you die, are you really even dying, right? Because then you'll like, if like, let's say you die on floor 1, do they repurpose? Is it not till floor 10? Is that how it works? Because I don't know if they just repurpose all of the organic matter and turn you into like a goblin or something, right? And then because I think, don't you get to see conversations between the goblins where like even they're aware of the dungeon and they like kind of know what's going on too a little bit, like they're a little bit aware.
Yeah, because they had that whole like the drugs trade between other factions and stuff, right? Like the llamas or whatever, like there was like that whole deal. Yeah, it seems like everyone is sort of aware of the dungeon, but they have their role, and how much they are aware of their role, I think is, I guess, is variable based on how deep the level is, what kind of character they are.
You just reminded me that at one point he kills a llama that spits lava. Is that right?
Yeah.
When he kills it, he gets loot of meth. He gets meth from the llama, and then he trades the meth to the goblins. Is that right? And so it's, with this kind of thing going on, it's a bit of a trip trying to follow along the logic and trying to invest too hard in the story for Moonshine. Right, exactly.
Yeah, and that's why I feel like, I think someone else said it, this started as like a web series before it was really got published into books. I think book 1 is a lot of like, shotgun introduction kind of to a lot of things that are happening, but it's all surface level kind of stuff. It's more just there to be like, oh, here's this pin, here's this pin, here's this pin, and then eventually the strings will connect them, or at least they'll give more context to things coming later.
Yeah, I think there's definitely times, like in reading from book 2, there's definitely times where he like talks about something or like mentions it, and then it will come to fruition later. And I think that if maybe it isn't the best written thing I've ever read, like it is interesting. It is cool that he was able to kind of lay out these things and then you return to, like, I don't want to, it may not be well written, but I do think it's kind of well designed, if that makes sense for a book. So
I think he has a plan, whether it may be a convoluted plan, but I do think that there is one.
Right. What's up, Fail Snail? How's it going? Welcome on in. What's up, Fail Snail?
Yo, how's it going?
Going good.
Yeah, so touching on that a little bit, I've only read the first. I actually, in fact, didn't even finish the first book because I started it like at the end of the morning stream, and I got to about 90% done. But so far, it seems like it's kind of written in like an open-ended kind of way, where he sets up this scenario where there's obviously rules that are always mentioned and everything, but he doesn't necessarily, maybe he touches on them a little bit, or maybe he doesn't touch on them at all. So like he's prepared this novel in a way where he could just make up rules or change things later, or like it just kind of applies to everything, I think, so far.
And I mean, he could kind of like bend and break his own rules too whenever he wants, because like, in the end, he's the one coming up with the entire concept, right? So he can introduce rules and then bend or break them whenever he wants.
Yeah, and there's even the meta aspect to that, where like there's the AI, of course, and like the book kind of touches on how the AI might cheat in ways where like it gives items that are suited to a certain character, or like also the other people that are in this universe might not really cheat, but they might cater that if they're like patrons and like send a character that they're supporting a certain item or something like that. So,
yeah, I mean, not to mention the AI also appears to have a foot fetish that, right? So,
thank you for yeah, and it's like since I haven't read the rest of the novels, like you could go anywhere with that. It could actually be an AI that has some kind of foot fetish, or maybe it's not even an AI. Maybe there's actually like administrators or something, So
yeah, I don't know where that's going.
Yeah, exactly. What did you think of the AI as a character?
Yeah, this is actually a good segue too, because I think the AI and the voiceover, hang on one second, let me bring this up, is to talk about the humor of it, because I think a lot of the humor of the novel, like a lot of the descriptions of things are kind of meant to be humorous, and like the comedic aspect of it. I don't know if I really had a thought. I thought that the foot fetish thing was quirky, but I don't know if I've come to like a real conclusion of it. I think
I liked the way that like the tooltips and achievements and all that stuff was written in general, because I don't know,
right?
I'm kind of a weirdo, but like you played Caves of Quad on stream a little bit, like way back in the day when that was an early access. I like was recommended that game and I like bought it, but I never really played it. But I would read the patch notes, because the patch notes would just have like really intensely detailed, funny ways they balanced the game. So I would just be, oh, there's a Caves of Quad update. I'm going to read the patch notes for like 20 minutes or something.
They also like announced the patch notes in the dungeon too, right? Because they're like, oh, if the toilets exploded, sorry, that shouldn't happen anymore. We fixed that. It's like, how many people died to exploding toilets and shit.
But it definitely reminded me of Caves of Quad.
You thought the first few books felt edgy for the sake of it? I don't really know if anything really struck me as like edgy, but maybe I can see that. The people.
I thought that the AI was kind of like there was an AI that's happening, but there's some guy in a chair that's overseeing it, and he like pokes in and speaks every once in a while. That's kind of how I interpreted it.
Llamas dropping meth is edgy and random. Well, I guess a part of it is that because the corporation was studying Earth, it's kind of like a weird mishmash, like I guess the idea is that the aliens studying Earth, like they're gonna get some stuff right and like a lot of other stuff wrong, and it's gonna be like a weird, like not make a lot of sense to people who actually from the planet, I guess is part of the. Well, yeah, they seeded Earth, and then to make the dungeon accurate, they like studied Earth for like what was it, 60 or 70 years or something like that to like get the dungeon right, I guess. And then after that, Odette's huge boobs. Right. Yeah. Different levels of AI and NPCs.
Didn't they also mention that they influenced like different time periods of humanity or something?
I guess like what was it, like 2,000 or 3,000 years before they like made contact with humans at some point, and that was their legal basis for why they're allowed. Yeah. They're like, well, you guys didn't claim Earth, so we're allowed to take over and do this shit, right? So
because like the webtoon shows them like giving an alien giving a pharaoh something.
Oh, is there? I haven't seen the webtoon.
Like installing aliens as humans or something. I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So
I think it's they seeded our planet like many millennia ago, and then they sent a representative here when humans were sort of still in like prehistory kind of humanity, and they're like, well, if you don't stake your claim, I guess this just belongs to us. And of course, like we didn't know how to do that. We didn't know what was going on, right? So they used that as their big corporation justification, right? Sort of a hitchhiker's guide, like we're coming through to build our road and you didn't tell us we couldn't build our road here, so too bad kind of a vibe, right? Like
that is the hitchhiker's part of this. Yeah.
It's just pure 101 exploitation. Like they know exactly what they're doing for sure. So
yeah.
What's up, Thorgod? How's it going, dude?
Hey, yeah. And you have to submit a complaint in writing, they said, which I don't think we could do that if we have to travel faster than light to
before a system of writing, right? How's it going, Thorgod? What's up, buddy?
It's good.
So what did you think about the humor of Dungeon Crawler, Carl? What did you think about
the book? I hear all of your criticisms. I agree with some of them, like the cringy achievement descriptions. I was rolling my eyes after a few times. The foot fetishism stuff made me feel grosser than a long panning shot in a Tarantino movie.
Tarantino's favorite book.
Yeah. On the other hand, the world building, the story, and the prose are amazing. But it sounds like you were skimming through dialogue. Hard to get into this kind of fiction when you're doing this, especially
I have my finger on the ban button right now. I just want you to know that.
A little more than a normal one. And not every literary work of art is for every reader, but your attitude right now is a little disrespectful to TBA.
All right. We'll see you later, Thorgod. Thorgod's a shit poster. All right, we're back. What's up, Miss Ortine? How's it going?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up, dude?
I'm fine, on you?
Doing good. Drinking some beers?
Nice. So, for the humor, it's for me it feels forced. I'm sorry for my accent. I am from Switzerland, so.
Oh, no worries, dude. You're speaking great.
So it feels forced. There is some fun stuff, like he said earlier, the food fetishes. He made me crack, and some of the interaction between the characters, like mostly between Carl and the donuts. Another thing that I found funny is a lot of time I find how do I say that? I think the characters are dumb, so dumb that it became funny. I do understand that when you are in a situation where your life is in danger, you panic, but I don't understand a lot of the choices that were made. First, I believe that if you are in danger, the first thing that you have to do is kind of, what do I say? Make sure that you can survive. But in the book, there was a lot of back and forth. I don't know how to say that when you talk and someone talk.
Back and forth is right.
Back and forth that I found funny because I was like, okay, I understand, but it's not the time. And some of the humor is, how do I say? Cringy, I think is the word. Cringy.
A little cringy.
Yeah. I read all the book in one sitting, and I had to. Sometimes I really had to skip because I wanted to. If I didn't, I would have stopped reading. Just together. But mostly, I think it was fine. The character with the cat. Agatha. I think she was called with the shopping cart. Was the funniest to me.
Although the woman with the shopping cart was the funniest.
Oh yeah, because she was so out of place that
getting closer to the
I
fun
liked
each and
it
every
because
day.
it bring a good change of pace and
it's definitely like refreshing when you meet all the people from the old folks home and you get like some more characters for Carl to talk to and like a little bit more.
I was kind of sad with what happened, you know.
Yeah.
But I wish we could have seen more of them. But
I'm really curious what's going to happen with Agatha as well too, especially after book 2. So I've read book 1 and 2, and I really want to see how the rest of that's going to play out for sure. But
the suspicion of Agatha at the end of the first book definitely wanted me to keep reading, along with some other stuff. But yeah,
it does have a way of kind of gripping you, and you being like you kind of just want to see what's happening next, right? So because there's people in chat who haven't read the book, so the book has a part 1 and a part 2. In part 1, Carl and Donut, they're making their way, they're leveling up, they kill a couple of bosses. They also meet the people from the old folks home, and they team up with them. And I think that the end of Act 2, they take down, what is it, a borough boss? Is that right? Or a neighborhood boss?
Yeah.
I can't remember. But they take down this like giant like wheel of pig people.
It's like a rolling ball, of pigs.
Yeah. And they team up with the people from the old folks home. They take them all out. That gets so while everything is going on, so like we said that the Barrand Corporation, this like space company, is taking over Earth. They say it's because of the mining rights. The reality is that they just want to put on this TV show, like that's where the real money is, right? So part of that is that all of the crawlers are being, like all of the dungeon crawlers are being watched the entire time, including Carl and Donut. So as they've been going around taking out these bosses, people are essentially starting to watch them and seeing what they're doing. And the more they do, then they're going to get follows and likes. And that it's one of the people that they meet early on is Mordecai. Mordecai was a crawler like a long time ago. He's level 50. I think he said he got to level like dungeon level 11 or 10 or something, and he was like, it's not worth it to go beyond that point. So that's where I cashed out. If you cash out, they turn you into like an NPC helper, and you have like almost like a prison sentence or something. He said if I remember right, Mordecai said he saw something on level 11 and it wasn't worth it. So he was like, I'm good, I'm taking the deal. So it's like deal or no deal or something. He's like, I'm cashing out, I'm fucking done. So we don't know. I don't know what he saw. I'm curious to see what he saw. I'm sure we're gonna find out at some point whatever it was that caused him to say like, fuck this. Yeah, he got to the end, right? So he's the one that was when Carl and Donut first arrive, he's the one that kind of teaches them. It's the tutorial guild. He like tells them like, here's how you open your inventory, here's how you look at the map. He kind of just helps them. And yeah, he's Mr. Exposition, right. Anyway, so Carl and the others team up, they take down this neighborhood boss, and that gets them more and more attention. So then at the start of part 2, Carl and Donut go on like a TV show. And this is where the book, I don't know if any people, I've never read Hunger Games. I did see the first movie is where I saw it. This is where the Dungeon Crawler Carl really started to remind me of Hunger Games, where I got that sense of like how, you know, Katniss survives the first one, whatever, and now she has to go in front of all these rich people and like flaunt just for the chance to survive a little bit. Now, I'm not saying it's exactly, this kind of reminded me of that, where it's like you've got the fish, the fish out of water who has to like all of a sudden surrounded by this weird culture they're not familiar with. Well, I mean, even, you know, if Dungeon Crawler Carl stole from Hunger Games and Hunger Games stole from Battle Royale, right? So like everything steals from everything, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, Carl and Donut go on these TV shows, and like Donut is like hamming it up for the camera basically. And this is where they start to get like, I think this is where the book starts listing how many views and follows and stuff they have, like basically how many people in the galaxy are watching them at some point. And apparently this is like how you survive the dungeon. Like if you want to live and make it far, you need this, apparently, is how, that's what Mordecai tells them anyway. So that's where we pick up with part 2. What's up, Triforce? How's it going?
Hey Barb, thank you for having me on.
Of course.
And also thank you for finally choosing a good book. Starting part 2 especially with the Odette scene, I did like that it started to open up so you could see glimpses of the larger world that I guess the Borant Corporation has taken Earth to be part of. And especially, I don't want to say anything about book 2, but it's just like bits and pieces, but it keeps me interested, it keeps me going, and it is a good addition, because especially with the scenes with Mordecai, I felt like it was just like chapter after chapter of exposition, and the way I think Matt Dimon broke that up is by like having some things happening, like the class choosing it part in a different floor, and then floor 5 something else happened, and it does kind of break it up so you don't have like half the book just be about the world setup.
Yeah, with like the way he wrote it, like he can just, and like if he needs exposition or if he needs to do something, he could just have like, oh, like hang on, I gotta explain this. You know, let me get Mordecai in here. We're gonna stop by a safe room, and then Mordecai's gonna explain it. And he's like, I need some world building here. All right, TV show. They're on a TV show now. Like it's kind of genius the way it's set up. Like he can just write whatever he needs whenever he wants with like kind of minimal effort. You know what I mean? But it's kind of,
it also kind of shows that the stats from the dungeon carry over to the real world because of the way Donut still has all her charisma in that.
Yeah, so I guess like let's say like Carl, if Carl was like transported out of the dungeon into the real world, like does he still have like 400 strength or whatever? Like is that how it would work? I guess I'm a little fuzzy on that. Like I get, so like if you gain strength, do they like, so they don't, so I'm confused because like I don't know if like let's say they were outside of the dungeon, would they get like molecularly, is it like a molecular thing or is it the rules of the game? I'm not, it's dungeon unique. Okay. So then I guess if Donut was transported out of the dungeon, then she would just be back to a cat that can't talk or do any of those things, right? So
it's like these TV segments are kind of like little bubbles that are technically part of the dungeon but not.
Yeah, I'm just speculating. I don't know, but I was curious. Like, so wait, like, because it did seem like they were able to, the aliens seem like they're able to do anything.
What do you want to be
right?
when you grow up?
So, like, are they changing him on I was curious if they were changing him on a molecular level, that if they put him out of the dungeon, then he would be able to do that. Or if it was very video gamey, and then outside of the, like, almost like the Matrix, like outside of the Matrix, you know, ignoring the fact that the Matrix 2 and 3 exist, like Neo can't fly, you know, like in the real world, he's just a real dude, you know what I mean? So I was kind of curious about that after reading book 1. I think maybe this gets answered later on, perhaps. Like maybe this is something they'll go into in the later books. There's obviously like a lot more.
It's the classic, I guess, TV trope. A wizard did it. Anything unexplainable? Oh, alien technology. It works.
Sure.
I think honestly because she was a show cat, I think just in general she's just very charismatic even if she wasn't in the game. That's probably why she started with so much charisma to begin with.
there's also the hidden stats too, because like, okay, so in the dungeon they have like strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, etc., right? But there's also like more hidden stats. Like wisdom is something that is hidden from the players, and there's like more stats beyond that too. But like the way I interpreted it, the way I read it was that they can basically fudge the numbers to do whatever they want. So they pretty much don't have like, I wonder how much, how much agency do they even have in the dungeon for anything, right? They're just kind of rats in a maze, right?
Yeah, I think it's like every single stat imaginable that you could possibly have, like knowledge of, I don't know, Mario, which Barbie would be 99 on that.
Right. There's like, I think actually it's funny you mentioned that, because Carl, when he first goes in, he's looking at all of the skills, and it says like he's got like a 6 in unarmed combat, and he's got like what was it, like a 5 in electrical repair or something. But he looked up he was scrolling through his skills, and he looked up Frogger, because apparently he was like a god of Frogger or something, and it said he had a skill of 8 at Frogger. Like it lists all of your skills in the dungeon. I thought that was pretty funny that he looked it up and was like, oh man, apparently, so it like literally lists every single skill you've ever done in your life as like it'll assign a rating to it, I guess. So that was kind of amusing.
If you can dodge in Frogger, you can dodge a goblin attack.
Right. Doomtroid, what's up, dude? How's it going?
Hey, Barb, chat. Can you guys hear me all right?
I can hear you well.
All right, perfect. I'm going to be honest, the humor in this book did not really do much for me, personally. I remember, maybe I went in a little biased, because I remember I had heard before reading it that a comparison somebody had made was that it was very like Rick and Morty-esque style of humor, where it's like random and all over the place, and there's aliens and all that stuff. And then I got into the book, and it very much did feel that way for me, where nothing was really subtle, nothing was really trying to be like, everything was very on the nose, right? Of like, haha, you just killed a bunch of like goblin babies, like, and the AI overseer and the achievement announcements are all like very gamey. As somebody else mentioned, I found it very cringy a lot of the time, where it just didn't do much. And I could fully understand why somebody else would find it more funny than I did, but it didn't do much for me personally.
I've never watched Rick and Morty. What was the humor like Rick and Morty? I've never watched it.
Yeah, I would say I've only ever watched like the first few seasons, like back when it was super popular, but it was definitely similar to that kind of style, where like there's just a lot of random shit going on. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of cohesion of like jokes, like at least with like the main cohesion, I would say, is like there is an ongoing theme of like, yeah, the AI has a foot fetish, they he stomps the goblin right at the beginning of the book, and then for the rest of the book, like Carl's looking for shoes. He's like really desperate to have a pair of shoes, and the AI is just like fucking with him essentially, like, haha, I really want to see your feet. I want you to use your, like, he gets specific stat buffs for stomping on enemies, right? He gets like a toe ring that buffs his feet to be like super strong, as long as he's like give him a grooming kit to like take care of his toenails and like make his feet all pretty. It's like I found it super weird. Like, it's just not my kind of humor.
He's never gonna get pants.
Oh yeah, that too. He's like always in his boxers.
Right. So as they're going through the dungeon, essentially, like, so a lot of times Carl is like, man, I wish I had pants. Like, man, I wish I had a weapon. And because the AI is like watching, like, it's not stupid. It's basically, it knows what you want, and it will like sometimes frustrate that. So he really wants pants the entire time, because when he went outside in Seattle at like, midnight or 2 a.m. or whatever, he was in his boxers. So the entire time in the story, like, basically, like, they refuse to give him pants. In fact, later on, they just give him boxers with hearts on it. So it's like, the AI knows what you want and will like basically throw salt in the wound wherever it can. So it like, and also Donut complains about getting torches, so she keeps getting torches over and over. So like it will like basically like the entire time you're going through, it's listening, it's gonna troll you, it's gonna fuck with you. So you have to like, there's like the game behind the game of like what's actually going on there. So you don't know if Carl will ever get pans. I'm pretty sure at this point he will not. Yeah, I don't think he will.
I think every single promotional art I've ever seen that actually features Carl, I don't see him wearing pants. It's always the boxers with the hearts on them and the bare feet. So
Yeah,
I
mean,
sincerely doubt he'll ever actually get them.
he'll get like a mankini at some point or something. Who knows?
It's funny. It's funny you mentioned Rick and Morty, because now that I'm thinking about it, with just the fact that he's only in underpants, the first book that pops into my head is Captain Underpants. Like that's how it is sometimes.
Yeah.
I never read Captain Underpants. I think it was a bit too old for that one.
I don't mean to backtrack too much, but I did want to mention like the very first question you asked about, where like they've got this new genre of like RPG video game book. I feel like a lot of early RPG video games, like if you've ever played some of the OG Final Fantasies or like Dragon Quest, they were almost in a way trying to emulate what was good about the fantasy genre of novels, right? Like Tolkien or you know, that style of writing where you're going on the hero's journey, you've got a party of, you know, people traveling with you, like you're overcoming like odds, you're getting stronger, you're gonna end up fighting a god at the end, right? And now I feel like books have become so out of popularity, just like in, you know, just what's in pop culture. Like not a lot of people are reading, but a ton of people are playing video games, right?
Yeah.
So you make a genre of book that I feel, as I was reading Dungeon Crawler Carl, it wasn't really capturing me, because I feel like the concept has a lot of potential, but I don't think Matt Dinniman is like the right author to do it justice. Because what I feel like Dinniman did is he took like all of the worst tropes of video games, like loot boxes and the achievements that you're constantly getting, and the very tropey, like, oh yeah, it's goblins and everything's like super crazy and chaotic. Like, I would love to see the concept of a video game novel done in like a really tasteful and, you know, just done by like an experienced author who like really has a firm understanding of like both aspects of like what makes a good video game good and what makes a good novel good, because there are good parts of the book, but at the same time Dinniman didn't really do it for me.
You're giving him both barrels here, man. You got so you liked parts of it, but you thought like maybe there was like another author that might have done better with this
absolutely.
idea.
I definitely think, like, I would love to see like a normal fantasy author take a crack at like, if they've ever played like video games, like take a crack at doing a fantasy book that's like structured like how a video game would be.
Yeah,
Do
that's why I'm.
Do you feel that the book isn't serious enough?
I do, because okay, so let's be real here. This is a post-apocalyptic event that they're experiencing, right? Where like most of the population of Earth has been killed in an instant, and now they're all fighting for their life in this like, you know, crazy, almost like unimaginable dungeon. And Carl's just like rolling with the punches, right? He's just like, yeah, my cat's talking, like, yeah, I'm, you know, fighting goblins. It is what it is. Like, and then it just doesn't feel like the concept is taken seriously enough, where like you're fighting for your life, you're fighting like the juicer, right? That boss in particular was where the book really started to lose me. But you're fighting the juicer, and then all of a sudden Carl is having a flashback to like his dad, who wasn't really abusive as a dad, but he was like, he didn't really respect Carl, and Carl's having like these like pity party flashbacks, and I'm just like, it doesn't fit well, you know? It didn't really mesh well with what the actual content of the book was.
I definitely had whiplash going from the Hoarder boss fight, which I was like, oh man, because as I said, that was very much my favorite chapter. That was like my favorite section, I think, where I was like, it made me rethink about everything we'd seen so far. And I think the Juicer was probably my least favorite chapter, where I was like, oh god, and like, what is I think probably the cringy humor kind of wore me down at that point for sure. But His dad was definitely an abusive. Yeah, I'm having trouble remembering. I think it's like he kind of weirdly introduces these like character backdrops to his mom and dad. They're kind of awkwardly, they almost feel kind of shoved in a little bit, which is a little strange. But then he goes right back to the RPG elements to it. But
yeah, when he zooms out and talks about his parents, he doesn't like. Now that you mention it, yeah, it's like every time he mentions his parents, there's not really a section he like intentionally carves out to talk like exactly what's going on. It's just like, oh, this little thing and this little thing. I see what you mean.
I feel like it's Dinniman's attempt to make Carl like a very relatable, sympathetic character, because it's not even just his parents either. Like he'll have flashbacks about his girlfriend as well, and like how not only was she cheating on him with some random guy, apparently she was sleeping with the neighbor girl because she was into women as well. So like he was getting cheated on by his girlfriend by like 3 different people, and it's like, well, that's just like a really random tidbit to throw into the middle of these like dungeon crawling.
Okay, how I've only read the book too. How far have you guys read in the books? How far have you guys read?
I've only read book 1. This is just my knowledge of the first book.
Okay, book 1. Anybody else? How far have you read?
I'm on 7.
I just started 4.
Okay.
I finished book 1 yesterday.
Okay. All right. Don't answer if you know. Do we think his girlfriend is alive potentially? So we don't. His girlfriend was in the Bahamas, right? Also, we know cheating on him because apparently his girlfriend had a bunch of other boyfriends, and I don't want to know, but I want to shoot back for people who haven't read that far, who don't know the answer. But like, is his girlfriend like? I feel like his girlfriend is probably alive somehow. But if she's alive, is she a crawler? Is she a boss? Has she been transformed? Like, if you don't know the answer, feel free to answer here, because we don't want to know. We don't want spoilers. But what do you guys think? Because I feel like she's definitely got to show up, right?
She was
As someone
one of the more interesting
who has only read the first book, I definitely feel like she's going to appear in some capacity in a later book, right? Like, I don't know if she herself will be alive, but just the incessant focus on her and Carl's relationship to her, as well as Donut's relationship, because like Donut can never shut up about I don't remember what Donut calls her, but like Donut,
it's like was it Mistress B or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Beatrice, yeah.
I feel like she's absolutely has just for the sake of having an interesting section of a future book, she has to show up in some capacity, whether she's like a boss fight where Carl like has to overcome some sort of extreme anguish at seeing his dead ex-girlfriend, and maybe Donut would like hesitate to fight her if she appeared as a boss.
Yeah,
I feel like she's alive in some capacity.
Yeah, exactly. Like maybe she's not alive, but maybe the AI or whoever's in charge uses her to some extent.
I feel like there's a reason that
I don't know if she'll appear. I honestly don't know if she'll appear. Maybe he just tried to write her off, and now Carl's gonna find a love interest or something. I mean, I honestly have no idea if she's gonna show up or not.
Carl didn't go in, like, I don't know if his mother and father are even alive, but he didn't go in with like a lot of other like friends and family. Like, it was just him and the cat, right? So I feel like it's in some way, I agree that she has to show up in some guaranteed form or capacity. Like, she's got to be there. And I don't even think it would be really that hard to write her in. Like, she fell asleep drunk on the beach and woke up and found herself in the dungeon.
Around the world when this took place, so it would be daytime where she was.
Right.
There's a reason.
So who knows?
I mean, maybe she could even show up with her boyfriend that she was on vacation with, and it could be like a big conflict between like, oh, like here's Carl and everybody loves him, and here's Beatrice's current boyfriend, and they're gonna duke it out. Like, I don't know.
I mean, it's hard to say.
She was on vacation, right?
Yeah, she was on vacation and cheating on Carl because he saw the pictures on Instagram or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I mean, if she's on vacation, then like I guess that means there's definitely a high chance she was out and about, or whatever while she was on vacation, not inside of a building. So The odds are, I guess, pretty high that she's alive.
I mean, who knows? Like, it could be. I think the most cliche way to do it would be like Beatrice shows up, and she's like, she tries to take Donut with her, but Donut sees how awful she is to Carl or something, and then because Donut's like, oh, and she's been with Carl for so long, she's like, no, I choose to stay with Carl now. So it's like some kind of like moment for Donut's character development or something. Like maybe that's what they'll try to do. I don't know, but I guess time will tell. I don't know what book it's going to be, but at some point something like that might happen.
So something I think was interesting, and I don't think this is a spoiler, but I think it's in book 3. You sort of find out that the viewers know more about the characters than they would initially anticipate as well.
Right? Didn't this might be I book 1 and 2 have blended together to me a lot, but at some point don't they give Carl a gift of him and Beatrice and like to like troll him? Basically, it's like they give him a picture of him and his girlfriend together to be like, hey, screw you. So like
they give it to Donut, I think.
Yeah, to Donut.
Oh, it's to Donut. Okay, it's to Donut.
Yeah, and Donut tells them to like display it.
Yeah,
but she puts it in her cat tree. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Donut gets a cat tree right later on. This might be another good point to bring up, like, because this is a big part of part 2 of the book. It's not really much of part 1. It's mostly in part 2. What did you guys think of like the TV shows? Because in part 2, I think Carl starts appearing on multiple different TV shows where the aliens are basically talking to him and interviewing him. What did you guys think of those aspects? And what did you guys think of those parts? Because that's kind of a different part of the book as you go on. What's up, Noel Champ? How's it going?
What's up, Barb? How's it going, everybody?
Going good.
So the TV segments and the shows are definitely, full disclosure, I'm caught up all the way to the latest audiobook, so I'm way further ahead than most people who have at least just now started getting into it. But I listen to a lot and read a lot of books like this, and so far in the story there's a lot of introduction, at least in the early parts, that do come back, that little subtle hints that as I've gone back and re-listened to the books and re-listened to these TV segments, it's hinting at a lot more things later on. So I kind of started listening to the things that are going on outside the dungeon, at least in the early parts of the books. So now, knowing what I know now, it actually makes it a more complete story.
Yeah, it's a bit intentional. I think it's intentionally jarring when they throw you in with the TV shows and the alien races and their politics. It's like, I think it's supposed to be like, whoa, who are all these people? What is going on here, right? So I think as I've actually been rereading the first book, because I was rereading it to get ready for tonight, and it's definitely like it's an enjoyable reread because once you have the knowledge going into it, you kind of like see through it a little bit better, which is it's a rewarding book to reread after reading it for the first time. So
totally agree with you, because for me, I'm also kind of thinking about it a little bit in the way of some animes a little bit, because some animes, like later on, they'll hint back and they'll retell a story but from somebody's different perspective.
Sure.
So it's something that you may not have initially, either thought of, or it kind of gives you a different view. So it kind of builds the world a little bit more, so you get a better understanding of what's going on, who the characters are, what each character plays as their roles, etc.
I think for me, at least, I have a lot of negative things to say. If I could say anything positive about the first book, the most compelling part to me actually was part of the TV segment, not the main one with I don't remember the name of the woman, but the one with the huge tits, not her.
Odette.
Odette, yeah. I didn't really care too much about the Odette TV segment, but when he went on the other one, which was like more crude and the host was the orc.
Yeah, what was that one called? Like Death something God with Maestro? Was that his name?
Yeah.
Death Watch or something?
I do feel,
oh god, Death Watch.
Yeah, I do feel like that TV segment, as well as another little detail, was a good foreshadowing for something that could happen way, way later down the line, like maybe book 5, 6, 7.
I'm just gonna sip for that.
Yeah, where the so earlier in the book, Donut puts on, like, I think it's a crown or a tiara or whatever, and it says, like, you can't take this off, and now when you get to a certain floor, I don't remember which floor, but when you get to a floor, you cannot leave that floor until you kill the head of the Blood Sultanate or whatever.
Right. And Donut just puts it on, doesn't even think twice about it.
Yeah.
It's because it's a crown. She just immediately puts it on. Yeah.
And then you get to this TV segment where Maestro, he's an orc, I believe, and he is a member of that Blood Sultan. It's like this royal family of orcs that, they control one floor of the dungeon. And then he and Carl have a beef, right, where Carl is like trolling him kind of on the TV show. He's like taking control of the segment. And it actually does a pretty good job of foreshadowing, like, okay, there's going to be this huge conflict later down the line on a deeper floor. And it sort of makes you want to continue reading to see, like, how much stronger are Carl and Donut going to have to be. Oh, and they do tease actually where it's like, Carl can proceed, right? He doesn't have to fight the Blood Sultanate, right? He can leave Donut's party and go on without her. It's only Donut who's wearing the tiara that has to become the leader of the Blood Sultanate to continue on the floor.
Well, we know Carl's not the kind of guy that would leave Donut behind, right? Essentially, Carl has never left anybody behind, or at least not intentionally, right? Like, he's always trying to he pretty much always tries to do the right thing and tries to help everybody all the time. So, I think the part with the Death Watch, I think that part annoyed me a little bit, where he goes in the TV show. So essentially, Carl gets brought onto these various TV shows. One of the ones he gets brought onto this like trashy ass TV show where there's this guy it's this orc called Maestro who's like basically just laughing at everybody who's dying and trying to egg them on and make them like, and it pisses Carl off because there's like 3 Chinese survivors. And they're trying to survive in the crawl, and and then Carl steps in to try to save and help those people, right? It kind of annoyed me because somehow Carl kind of perfectly figures out how to troll. Like, I feel like it was annoying to me how perfectly Carl figured out how to like navigate this political system he knows nothing about to like turn it against the host of the TV show and like win the audience over. Like, I feel like that was definitely like a little bit of plot armor where he's like, okay, now the TV show is on my side and I perfectly manipulated this orc and now everybody likes me and everything worked out. That part kind of that part was a little bit eye rolling to me, where everything just magically worked out for him and everything worked out well. Like, I was like, yeah, okay. There's a reason for that later. I believe you. I just felt like at that point, it just went really perfectly, and like everything worked out in a way where I could feel the author's hand was very heavy on the page, if that makes sense. Like, I could definitely see what he was going for. Yeah, like it really felt like a Mary Sue moment where it's like, oh, I just happened to know exactly what to do here, and everything was great. So. He's a Call of Duty player. It's normal for him.
Even listening to the audio, because I would highly recommend listening to the audiobooks, just because there's a different kind of pacing, I would say, in the audiobooks versus the physical books, because the actual narrator, as he's reading the books, there is a separation of when you can tell when you're in Carl's mind and you're in his inner thoughts and he's kind of talking to himself, and then when you're talking in the chat window, and then when he's talking with everybody else, like just out in the real world. And even in that segment, there was that segment was very just like straightforward. Carl he really hates this guy and he just wants to screw him over. And he's just like, all right, what do I need to do to basically win over everybody, and kind of say, okay, this also goes to the "you will not break me" piece. It's like, you are not going to narrate my life. It's kind of, I think that's where the first part of that whole saga of him understanding of you will not break me, and he's just like, okay, what do I need to do to essentially like get out of here, but screw the dungeon.
Yeah, it makes it easier to like Carl anyway, that he's willing to like lay his life on the line to like help these strangers and help his fellow man. Definitely makes it easier to like him too, especially because like Donut is more of like, leave him, we just got to survive for ourselves, right? So it's hard. Carl is an easy character to like, even if he is maybe like a little bland. He is an easy character to like enjoy,
and
I guess.
It changes over time.
Yeah.
But fundamentally, that is who Carl is, and I think at least that's what kind of got me into it a little bit more, and partially also on some of the cheesiness, like the humor. It's dry, but I like that cheesy kind of humor, so it kind of just kept me engaged.
What's up, Safety Scissors? How's it going?
Yo, Barb, how's it going, man?
Going good, dude.
What are we talking about now? Because I see something on the screen that I do want to talk about. I just wasn't sure what we were talking about.
Perfect. I wanted to bring this up, so I'll perfectly lead it into you. So on one of the TV shows, at some point, Carl runs into other crawlers, other people who went into the dungeon. And these people are unique because he finds a corpse of another crawler, and it tells them when you examine the corpse, it like tells you how they died. So he is finding people. He finds a person in the dungeon that was killed by another crawler. So basically what that means is that if you're a crawler, you can kill other humans to like take their loot and take things from them. So he runs into one character who essentially tries to murder him, named Frank, who's another human. Yeah, they're like team killers basically. So he runs into two people named Frank and Maggie, who try to kill him and Donut to like take all their loot and take everything they have, right? He's able to exploit a rule because they're in a safe room that they don't know about, so they're able to escape later on. Then they come back into contact with Frank and Maggie on that trashy TV show because they bring them together. I think they also give Maggie an item specifically to like hunt Carl down. So like somewhere out there in the dungeon, Frank and Maggie are basically like theoretically out there trying to kill Carl and Donut at some point. So that's like another thing they have to watch out for as they go. But what did you have to say about that, Safety Scissors?
I love the Frank and Maggie thing because it brings me back to like when I was in high school and I played this really shitty MMO called Tibia. It was this really old piece of garbage, but the whole point of it basically was that like, I mean, it's an MMO, but it's like 2D, and people would find the weirdest and most insane ways to try to kill you in that game. And that is exactly what I thought of whenever they're like in the safe room. Like I could just see like Frank trying to like figure out how he's going to get Carl out of there. Like that was the kind of situation where like, you know, some of the references are kind of on the nose, and it's like, oh, achievements, this one was like a personal like, oh man, this is calling back to something that like I experienced and like I felt like I lived through, of like these shitty people trying to kill me, and it was just very interesting. I really like that portion of it, and I really like both Frank and Maggie. I think have good characters. I'm a person who's read all 8 books, so it's really hard to like differentiate where we're at right now, but I do like their characters, and I do even like the little bit we get in here with like, you know, how I believe it's this one where we find out about what happened to their daughter, right? I don't want to speak ahead of the books, but
yeah, so I don't know, so possibly we didn't see what actually happened. Like I could see us being fed like false information, but like, is it when they came into the dungeon, their tutorial guy, like the tutorial guy that Frank and Maggie had told them they had to go kill other. So like Mordecai was pretty nice. He told them like, here's what you do, here's how you survive. Apparently Frank and Maggie were told go kill other players, right?
Yeah, their dungeon guide was part of the piece of, oh, I'm just here until my indenture is done. I don't really care about you. Just go kill everybody else. Whereas Mordecai really kind of acts as like a mentor for Carl and Donut, but their dungeon guy kind of just said, screw you guys. I'm not going to teach you anything. Just go kill other people and you all fend for yourselves.
Yeah.
Because the dungeon is brutal is kind of what their game guide was kind of like.
Yeah.
I mean, more
Apparently
from
Maggie like strangled her. Like she choked her own daughter to death, right?
Yes.
But then also apparently, so after Maggie and Frank, so they tried to set up an ambush and kill Carl, but they didn't know about the don't fight in the safe room thing. So Carl was able to escape. As they were leaving, Carl tries to set a trap for them because he knows that they like to loot corpses. So he leaves like a lit explosive in a corpse and tries to kill him. And then their daughter finds that, and then that like partially blows her up, right? So like essentially it's a whole lot of bad blood between these characters. Like it seems like that's going to develop later on. That is not resolved in book 1, so we don't know what inevitably is. Yeah, that is in book 1 for sure. So we don't know how that's going to turn out. They did start it. It's true. Frank and Maggie did start that for sure.
Yeah,
and they're playing. It's really interesting how Frank and Maggie are just essentially playing a totally different game. Like they're not even mentioning anything about their interactions with like bosses or any of the enemies in the dungeon. They're just killing people, and that's it.
I mean, that's kind of MMOs online, right? Aren't there like different games online where people are just playing like a totally different game? Like, I remember playing Phantasy Star Online, trying to play the game with my friends, and then you join a certain lobby, and this person's got a cheat code that makes them invincible, and they try to kill you. It's like, and they want to steal your shit. Like, there's something very video gamey. It's like recognizable that like there's people out there, griefers, right, exactly, yeah.
I feel like
trying to gank them basically.
He meets like Katya, Lucia Marr, everybody else, like just all of their games and how they end up, interacting with Carl is completely different.
I feel like the plot line with Frank and Maggie, it all sort of ties back around to the "you will not break me" thing, as a very important key element to Carl's character. Where I don't know if anybody else read the hardback edition of the book with the slipcover, but if you take the slipcover off, the words "you will not break me" are actually engraved on the hardcover of the book. So it's clearly very important. But with Frank and Maggie, I feel like it could exist almost without the daughter that dies due to I don't remember if she dies because of Carl's trap that he left behind, or if it's because Maggie has to like strangle her or something like that to like put her out of her misery. But I feel like Frank and Maggie could exist as just player killers without the dead daughter. But she exists as a way to like make Carl feel guilty, and they're definitely like throwing it back in his face because it is on the trashy show that they set this information up for him to discover of like, well, you should feel guilty because this girl is dead because of your actions. And now Carl has to like self-examine as like, well, maybe I'm a player killer too, and maybe I might be forced to kill other people later on, like, because there's definitely going to be a conflict between Frank and Maggie, and it's like, am I going to lose my humanity because I'm killing other people just to survive? Like, is my life more important than these other people's lives? I don't know. But then it all just comes back around to his like personal mantra of "you will not break me." Like, he's always going to rebel against the system, and you see that very strongly in that segment on the TV show of like, it is a little heavy-handed, right? Of like Dinneman, like Carl is like perfectly coming up with like the way to troll the host, but it is a great example of like, he's going to rebel, he's going to fight back against not just like the standard mobs of the dungeon, but he's also going to fight back against the system as a whole.
Right.
Forgot, did we know what their prior lives were, Maggie and Frank, in this book? I can't remember.
Well, I think they said they were cops, right?
Yeah,
he said he was suspecting.
Maggie and Frank give a story, but I don't believe like anything
There's
they
like
say.
a little bit of it. It's not
like they're like a
like
cop.
intensive.
Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know if I believe anything they've actually said. So I don't. They're definitely not. To me, they're not. They're like extremely untrustworthy. So yeah, very unreliable.
Yeah, bad cop.
That's another element that I am asking myself is like, with Frank and Maggie, I mean, we already know like way ahead of time, obviously, that they're the antagonists, but like, I really wish they zoned in more on, in the first book, Carl's military background, because I feel like that would take away this sense of like plot armor. Like maybe they could just talk more about his military background so that we can get an idea of like why he's able to be so resilient in all these situations.
Well, I do feel like they touch on it a little bit and basically mention like he wasn't really, because he was like a Coast Guardsman or something like that, or like a National Guardsman, and he didn't really ever see like combat or action. Like he was mostly just an electrical engineer, which they do mention like he has skill in electrical engineering as one of his like stat points. But they, I mean, like they go into like he works out, right? Like he's buff, he's in good shape.
Right. They do go into that. I don't know if I agree that I don't know if I get the sense that Maggie and Frank are the antagonists. I do feel like this is another case where the author is setting up something that will inevitably come to fruition. And that's something that I kind of admire about the series, that he's able to like create these little seeds and little things that we'll come up with later. And I think that they're like a foil. They're definitely going to come up. I also kind of feel like as time goes on, because obviously Donut and Carl become like more and more popular. Like after being just on the first 2 floors, they're already like insanely popular, right? I almost wonder if that popularity will also transfer to Maggie and Frank, because people know the bad blood there. So like people might support Maggie and Frank to hope that they will kill Carl. So there's like, they're all like pawns on a chessboard here, so to speak. So
that's kind of like with Death Watch.
You're gonna
That's
have
kinda like
Carl haters who are gonna like fund Maggie and Frank's campaign, so that they can have a better chance of killing Carl.
And the Maestro, isn't the Maestro part of the Skull Empire or something? And there's some kind of like insult, like Carl insulted him, and because so after Carl gets in this big fight with the Maestro, who's the guy on the TV show, somebody creates like a porno of them. Yeah. It's like a fake AI porno.
Roll 34.
Yeah,
you're right.
So they create a fake AI porno where Carl is having sex with the orc, and he's got like this massive dick. like they basically like.
It's not even just like Carl is having sex with him. Like Carl is like manhandling the orc because he got the better of them on the TV show, right? So they're gonna make this AI generated porn of like Carl is like absolutely whipping the shit out of the orc. Dude.
Right.
Like,
so
they're like.
There's all kinds of things where
it.
It's hard not to admire the way like he's able to set up these plot points that I think if people kept reading beyond the first book, I think that's partially because like he created all of these interesting things where you want to see how that resolves, and unlike George R.R. Martin, if he's able to pump out these books every like couple days or years or whatever, you don't have to wait 15 years for the book, then you're actually able to see like how does that turn out, so
and that's what got me into it, is just the audio. I just kept listening and I'm like, okay, I got to remember this character, I want to see where this goes, and then just over time I'm like, okay, I'm learning things, I hear some more things, some theories that I have were completely off. So that's partially why I fell in love with this series.
Yeah, I think that it's really cool too, because like how the items that they drop and like the people that they meet are all like slowly seeded throughout each and every book. Like every book has little pieces that build up and like he can pick up whenever he wants to in a later book. It's just really cool to see those things get picked up when they do get picked up.
Guys, I'm gonna get up, use the bathroom real quick. You guys keep talking, keep going my stream for me. I'll be back in just 1 minute, guys. BRB. 2 seconds. Keep talking.
Let's especially like with the Doomsday scenario at the end of book 2, like that whole thing of will he use it? Will he not use it? It's kind of like his trump card that's in his back pocket. It's always, as you're going through the books, you're kind of just always thinking like, is this the time? Will he use it? Will he not use it?
Well, it's Chekhov's nuke. He'll definitely use it at some point.
No, I don't know what you guys are even talking about because I only read the first book.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, I only read the first book also.
I'm curious though if y'all feel like I know it's been mentioned, like Barb has said multiple times, it's a very easy read, and I agree with that. Like I read it in a couple of days. You can absolutely breeze through this book, and Dinniman is obviously pumping these things out, crazy fast. And I'm curious if y'all feel like the ease of which they can be read also translates to them also being easy to write. Like, because Dinniman is writing them very quickly. Like, do you feel like he's having a very easy time writing these because there's not much substance or planning ahead? Like, he already knows what he's doing with
the way I try to look at it from like an author perspective is like maybe he had like an idea for the book, and like once he had that idea, he was like in a rush, like almost like he had all these endorphins pumping, and he just wanted to just get pen to paper, and like it was just coming out of him, and in whatever state it was in his mind was on paper. So the first book is like definitely a reflection of like it just looks really jumbled in a certain way, and some of the battles like I've noticed too with some of the battles is they're really like slurred together almost.
Yeah. It's a huge amalgamation of ideas where he's just like throwing stuff at a wall and seeing what sticks. So like the most compelling arcs of the first book are definitely going to come back in later books, but then other stuff might get dropped. And I know I think it started off where he had just like published the first book online, but then he got picked up by a publisher, and then sparks struck and he got super popular, and now he's just pumping them out constantly, where like I don't know if he's got publisher deadlines or if he's just going at his own pace, but I feel like they must be pretty easy to write, just like the way that they're easy to read.
Hard to say. I mean, from what I understand, people keep saying that the books only get better. So
if you
I
look
would
at
agree.
the
I would
actual
agree.
physical books, like they get absolutely massive compared to the first one.
I think he started at books. But when he was writing the books, like the first one, was it like a longer break between some of the earlier ones than the later ones? Or they all have come out at pretty even?
Yeah, I don't know what intervals they've come out in, but eight books in like 6 years is pretty crazy. That's a pretty fast rate.
He wrote the first 4 books in like the first year.
That's pretty wild.
The longest gap
I
is between
started
the two most
listening,
recent.
I started listening like 2 years
down.
ago, and when I first got caught up, I was at the end of book 5 when I first started reading, and so I had to wait like 6 to 8 months for the next book to come out. And now, in the past year, he's written 7 and 8. So I think.
But doesn't he also write other stuff too? Like, isn't there another book that he just recently released?
It's like the Bouncy Castle.
Yeah,
or
Operation
something.
Bounce House.
Yeah.
And Kaiju.
I
Kaiju something.
definitely feel like the first book is like he had this idea in his mind and he just kind of jumbled it down. And then I have no expectation, but I am really hoping that as the series goes, it gets more organized and there's more depth and things zoom out a little bit more. Cause I don't know, the first book did kind of feel like a lot of situations were kind of slurred together a little too much. Like there was a couple battles that almost seemed like they all happened all at once, and it was kind of like, when is this battle going to end? And it's like, oh, I'm on a different battle.
Yeah, and that's where I think the audiobook kind of at least helped me understand what was going on, at least when it came to the boss battles and certain kind of key elements, because I don't know how this was, at least reading the books, because I've only ever listened to the books. But as it got to the certain boss battles, to me it felt a little bit more like paced, at least in the audio, at least audio wise, so I could actually follow specifically what was going on. So I think
the refrain all night has been how awesome the audiobook is. That's what I've been hearing.
I would
for
agree,
days
because
now.
even the chat notification is my notification for when I get a text. It's
funny.
it's so good.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
so I don't know if a lot of people realize, but the audiobook, they went back and did the first audiobook again, the audio immersion tunnel version, which is a lot of extra added stuff, and that just shot it to the moon.
Somebody in chat was saying that we needed more haters' perspective. We needed more negative opinions of the game. We'll get to our overall opinions. I kind of wanted to take it piece by piece as much as possible, but I wanted to also bring up, because we've been kind of dancing around talking about the world building outside of it. Because obviously we know that, like, apparently we find out all of human history, like it was all like all of humans were just a seeded race on planet Earth, and that like this was all by the Barant Corporation to run the dungeon, etc. So what did we think? We learn a lot more about like the galaxy and what's going on when we're on the TV shows. So what do we think about the world building in general? Like, what do we think about that? We've also got Star Scald in. What's up, Star Scald? How's it going? Welcome on in.
Thanks.
What did you think?
Yeah. So this world building, I like how it starts off as like, I mean, it feels very much level 1, right? Here's how you play our game. Here's the world as you thought you knew it. Here's the world as it is now. Get used to it. And I mean, it just feels like you're jumping into an actual, video game yourself, and you're level 1, and you got to survive. I don't know how deep I can get into it because like all the books are blending together in my head.
How far have you read?
I don't want to get all of them. And I'm
you've read all of them. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like for the first book, at least, what little extra world building there is of like the universe as a whole, it feels a little like low-hanging fruit, where like, yes, the corporations are all evil, and your entire life as you know it, and human history as you know it has been under control of like these interstellar corporations, but you had no idea, and now you have to play their games or you die. Like, it just feels a little low-hanging fruit to me.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like for me, like a lot of the corporations and the factions, like it all kind of blends to me. But I almost feel like that my experience there is supposed to mirror Carl's, where it's like I don't know who's who, like I don't know who any of these people are or what's going on. So I feel like I'm willing to go along with it. And in general, when it comes to fantasy or science fiction, I'm kind of used to fantasy and science fiction, like the first 100 pages throwing so much shit at you that you'll never understand, and then like later on you'll get it. And I probably Dungeon Crawler Carl is doing like a similar thing, I would guess. So
there's
almost like two layers to this book. There's two layers to this book. There's just what you actually read, and then there's a bunch of subtext that you don't realize until you start reading the next book.
Do you guys feel that this book is like, if you were to compare it to say Hunger Games or Harry Potter, that this book is like what do you guys think is the target audience?
I definitely feel like this could be like young adult literature, if not for all of the egregious like cussing and like goriness of like, you just killed all these babies, or like the sex, like the porn video that gets made of Carl and the orc. Like, it could be kid lit if it was written like slightly more safe, but it's very much it's aimed towards like your average like adult who plays video games, I feel.
LitRPG.
Chat's just saying millennials over and over and over.
It feels like Carl is written as a protagonist to be very relatable and likable for the audience that likes the book, right? Of like people who maybe are kind of loners, and maybe their girlfriend has cheated on them, and maybe they can relate to Carl a little bit as like somebody who's not super social, and like it's an isekai, right? Like, isekais are historically like maybe a little self-inserty, where you see yourself as a protagonist.
Yeah, the thing that this book reminds me the most of actually is like I'm sure a lot of people have heard of the genre of light novel before. It's like a Japanese thing.
Yeah.
So like I don't know exactly how to explain what a light novel is, but like usually when they have like an anime that pops off, it's like sourced from like a manga or a light novel or something like that. It's just kind of like the same style of book as this, where it's like adolescent, young adult type sci-fi things with like isekai type plots mostly.
Mm-hmm. The shonen book.
I would say like I have an older brother, and he got into Harry Potter when he was a teenager, and then a little sister, and she got into Hunger Games when it came out. I never had a book series that I actually read when I was a teenager, and for me, that's the hook. Like, that's why I want to read it. I don't even know if it's considered a good book or what. I just know that like it's really cool to have like a book series like this, because it definitely is really relatable.
I feel like what I would tell you is that if you're enjoying it and you're like liking the book, like don't give a fuck about like if somebody tells you, oh, this book is not a good book, like literally don't listen to those people. Don't give a fuck. Just read it and enjoy it. Like if you're enjoying it, then you win, you know. And I think that part of the genius of Dungeon Crawler Carl for it is that, to me, like I don't know who the target audience was for, but I do feel like it's a pretty solid book to get people back into reading in general, because it's very easy to read, it's very enjoyable, like it's enjoyable to sit down, burn through it. It's not overlong, it's not difficult to understand, it's not demanding whatsoever. So even if you can have like 100 of the greatest literary critics come in and tell you that it's shit, like don't give a fuck, like read it and enjoy it, because I think the benefit of something like this is that it could be a ladder into other books that are maybe more difficult, that are maybe more complicated, and if not, that's also cool. Like read what you like. So I think that's probably the nicest thing I can say about the book too, is that like if you're enjoying it, if you're liking it, and hell yeah, go for it. Like don't worry about it. Take what you can for it, enjoy it, and don't worry about the critics and the poo-poo. Like there's always going to be somebody who wants to poo-poo on something because it's popular. Like that's going to attract like negative attention like all the time, you know what I'm saying? So it's a safe space for nerds. Yeah, it's very nerd coded, like for sure, no doubt.
I absolutely agree.
Millennial
I absolutely
pipeline
agree.
from Harry Potter, the Game of Thrones, now Dungeon Crawler Carl, and something else will come out for the millennials in 5 to 10 years from now.
Yeah, and now the fact that they're making a TV show about it as well. So
It's definitely something more for like people who are adults and maybe like don't usually read or haven't read in a long time, and it's like easy to get into, and maybe might, you know, ignite a spark for you, like a passion for reading, to get back into reading more. It's because it's easy and quick, and you can, you know, it might invest you in a series. And I definitely see how it can get better further on in the books. Like I even like I didn't personally enjoy the first book, but even I'm a little intrigued to like continue reading and see where it goes. And there are reasons why Dungeon Crawler Carl is a good book for like people who don't usually read as much, as opposed to me, who I read all the time, and I'm more interested in something that's like very in-depth and maybe a little difficult, because I like a difficult read, you know, and that's not what Dungeon Crawler Carl is.
You know what I'm hearing through all this, guys, too, is that the millennials have ruined the book industry as well. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, another one.
Hell yeah, we did.
It's really cool. I just think it's really, I can't say enough how cool it is to have a book series that I enjoy reading. And I literally finished the book yesterday and went to Target today and was like, man, I just want to keep going. I haven't felt like this ever. I've never read a book series through in this kind of a way before. It's really fun, I guess.
Now all I'm seeing is like the cool paperbacks that people are like customizing, like with their own custom fan art and stuff like that for their hardcover books. I'm like, okay, I need to buy some.
I see a lot of overlap between two particular book series where a lot of people who seem to be fans of Dungeon Crawler Carl are also fans of Red Rising. And so I feel like maybe if you really enjoyed Dungeon Crawler Carl, like Red Rising might be something to segue into if you really enjoy that. Like
I don't know Red Rising.
That's impossible.
I haven't read Red Rising myself. I own the first book, but I see a huge overlap between people who really like one and they also really like the other.
Okay.
I feel like because they're both written from like a first person perspective of like you have your protagonist and it's a likable protagonist and he's fighting against a system, right?
They're both progression fantasy. I am, like I said earlier, I am very curious to see more like literary RPGs. I don't know if Red Rising is that, but
Primal Hunter.
I'm curious to see more of that. Also, what's up, Wafflem?
Really
How's it
one.
going? Welcome on in, buddy. So you're muted there. How's it going, Wafflem? Possibly still muted. Oh, there he is. Hey, what's up, Wafflem? How's it going, dude?
Not too much, not too bad.
So what did you think of the world building, or?
I guess, I mean, I think you earlier said it was like kind of like a shotgun blast, and I definitely sort of agree with that. Like, this first book definitely feels like a ton of little things that could go somewhere but haven't really yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of Carl's experience, is that like he's a fish out of water on all these TV shows and all the corporations, and he doesn't really know what's going on at all either, right? But I guess with like trillions of viewers in the galaxy, like he can kind of invent whatever factions he can, right? Or whatever he wants to. He Who Fights Monsters is a great series to follow. I don't think I've heard of He Who Fights Monsters. I'd be curious about that.
The only other video game book that I have read is Halo, and that was a long time ago. And,
a Halo novelization.
The Halo books are amazing. If you have never read Fall of Reach, that book is ridiculous.
I like some of the Alien novels too, actually. I mean, I know that's a movie series, but there are video games. The Alien novels can actually be pretty good.
I would also say there's Primal Hunter. There's also another series called The Ripple System as well.
You enjoyed the Myst novels. So there's kind of like a history of video games and novelizations having like some kind of crossover, right? There's also like a million Warhammer novels as well too, for like tabletop gaming and that sort of thing, right? So
I believe there are also Mass Effect novels as well.
That makes sense. Yeah, probably are. Yeah, more than most people probably know of, right? So if you haven't read the book, like in terms of how things are going, right? So we know that Carl, Donut, and the people at the old folks' home, they kill the burrow boss. They kill like a big boss, right? And then what they're doing is they're trying to find the exit to the next floor. So the way the dungeon works is there's like a first floor is where you start, and that if you don't make it to the second floor, you'll be crushed in the first floor. So you have to constantly like keep going down as you go. So as they're trying to go down, they're continually trying to go down farther and farther and farther. They're stopped with the old folks. So the old folks, hey, they have like no idea what's going on. Some of them are 99 years old. Like they really aren't they're not even capable of understanding what's going on. Apparently, on a previous season, the Barant Corporation didn't have toilets. So there's like toilets everywhere in the dungeon you can go piss on. And apparently there were no toilets on the previous season, which made that basically all the crawlers were just shitting and pissing everywhere. And it like made the viewing like not as enjoyable. Like basically the viewers didn't like having to see people piss and shit everywhere. So this season, they make it so that there's toilets like every 10 feet in the dungeon. Like you can't miss it. They also make it so that if you piss or poop anywhere, if you do that, it's like a massive rule violation. They like specifically warn you, do fucking not do this, right? So as Carl is going around trying to help the old people, trying to get them down to the next floor, one of the old timer dudes like basically whips his dick out and starts pissing on the wall, right? And everybody fucking freaks out, and like literally like 10 seconds later, a level 93 rage elemental comes out and starts like murdering everybody. So like it pretty much the start is this gigantic, impossible to kill monster, and the only way they can survive is by running away and getting into a safe room, because the monsters can't get into a safe room, right? I feel like this to me was the dramatic kind of, this was like the climax of the entire book to me, in my opinion. I don't know if you guys agree with that or not, but I felt like everything after this point was kind of like downhill. Yeah. Is it written in a serious tone? It's serious when it wants to be, but it's definitely like tongue-in-cheek for sure. But yeah, so they're like hiding from this.
It serious.
Yeah, like
it's not in these books, I would say.
Yeah, it's not like, it's definitely very tongue-in-cheek, but I don't think there's some parts where you're not supposed to be like laughing, or you're not supposed to be laughing at everything, right? So they're hiding inside of a safe room trying to escape this, and I think Carl basically comes up with this like crazy zany plan. I forget exactly how they do it, to like basically escape and get away from the rage elemental. Maybe somebody here remembers like how they get away from the rage elemental. I don't remember exactly.
So They use
starts with the
motorcycle.
ever increasing.
They use a
Sorry.
motorcycle, and while the rage elemental is chasing Carl on a motorcycle, he's like tossing his like Molotov cocktails and like the moonshine bombs. He's tossing those at the rage elemental, and then the way in which they quote unquote defeat it is by luring it to the entrance of the next floor, where anytime like an enemy goes through one of the staircases to the next floor, they despawn. So he doesn't get any XP for defeating the rage elemental. Like they specifically say, like you didn't actually defeat it, so you don't get any reward.
Right, yeah.
He lures it into the entrance to the next floor and it despawns, and that's that.
Yeah, so they kind of like they cheat the system a little bit. They don't actually kill it. I think one doesn't want Carl's gigantic explosion because he makes this like huge bomb. Doesn't it reduce it to like half HP or something? So like they almost kill it.
Yeah, it's like really close to actually dying, so they probably could have killed it without using the staircase, but Carl didn't know that.
Yeah, but
wasn't it at that point where the stairs, if you went down that early during that time, you would die anyway?
No.
Not that you would die.
No, you
You'd
went
be-
into like a stasis essentially.
Yeah, until the floor unlocked.
I think they try to
penalizes you in a bunch of ways.
Yeah, they try to discourage people from going down because, like, if you go down to the next floor, like, you're held in stasis, I guess, until the next floor opens up. They try to discourage you from doing that because if you're just sitting there in safety, you're not leveling up, you're not gaining loot, and people
And
find that
viewers
boring.
can't see you.
Right, the viewers
bad
can't
for
see you.
viewership.
Yeah. So you pretty
Isn't
much
it also like you have, if you get there within 6 hours, you have a head start, but the stasis lasts the full time.
Yeah.
So they encourage you to get there in that window, basically.
So, like, weirdly, this whole, like, rage elemental thing, it kills a lot of people, but I think it kind of works in Carl and Donut's favor because I think that gets them a lot more views than they would have had otherwise. Because, like, oh my god, they're fighting a level 93 rage elemental. So that kind of, like, I feel like they're kind of almost immediately, like, super popular from all that, and they gain their big following. So, and we'll see.
They don't have to do a metal arc anymore.
And they took advantage of the fact that like the safe rooms, like enemies when they go to the safe rooms, if they attack anyone, they teleport backwards like X amount of feet. And if I remember correctly, that's how the fight opens up. Is they open the door on purpose, and then the moment it teleports away, that gives them breathing room to exit the safe room and then lay out this whole carpet bombing of the whole area so that they can get rid of the rage elemental.
Yeah.
Yep.
I want to say though, I feel like the way in which the rage elemental was spawned, you could kind of see it coming from a mile away, where he spends an inordinate amount of time like detailing the abundance of bathrooms, and then there's like a little announcement section where they say like, hey, you crawlers, y'all are still not actually using the bathrooms that we provided for you, like you're fucking up our views, like stop shitting and pissing on the walls, use the bathrooms, and if you don't use the bathrooms, you're going to incur a massive penalty. So he really sets it up like this is something that's going to be a problem. And then when they're spending a lot of time with the old folks, I could sort of see it coming where it's like, oh, one of these senile dudes is definitely going to do something wrong.
Right.
Yeah, I felt the same way. It was definitely a very Chekhov's gun thing where like they set it up and it almost immediately happens.
Yeah, like beyond that point, so they managed to like they quote unquote kill the rage elemental, but they don't get anything for it, so they don't like level up or get anything. But I guess they get to live is what they actually get. So they actually win. I think actually frequently the achievements they get in the game are like your reward is you get to live. Like congratulations, like that. They don't actually get a loot for that or anything like that. But I kind of felt like after that point there was less that happens. They also they go on a few more TV shows, I think, and they also gain like a creature egg. Is that right? And or they get to choose a creature. And this is where they choose they don't know what they're choosing, some kind of dinosaur thing. And ends up being a velociraptor. It's like a baby velociraptor that's
Mongo.
They call it Mongo. And it's like the screeching baby dinosaur that's like level 1. It's getting into all kinds of trouble or whatever, but they're running around the dinosaur. I think the end of the book, it tries to create this tension because is it like they can't bring Mongo to level 2 or something unless it's like a pet with them because he's like disobedient?
He has to be a pet.
It has to be trained initially in order for the monster to level up. And I think that they did that part. I like how they ended the book. They concluded with that concept of like how the cat, like even though the cat can talk, the cat can like relate with the velociraptor because the cat is a predator, the velociraptor is a predator. So she can basically get this really easy form of communication of like from one predator to another, and just uses that to train it to the utmost, which I found to be very interesting.
I feel like I think my issue towards the end of the book though was that I don't think I ever really believed that like, oh no, like Mongo's not going to make it with them. Like towards the end I was like, okay, like I know you're bringing the velociraptor, like I know this is going to happen, like go ahead. So I think the ending was kind of robbed. I think I had more I had more tension with the rage elemental and how that was going to turn out. And towards the end, like I kind of felt like the conclusion maybe felt a little flat to me. I feel like he'd kind of spent his narrative juice there, and like it was like, okay, I just kind of wanted to see like, all right, let's make it to the next floor, let's get in there. But I never really believed like anything was at stake, I guess, at the end of it.
Was there a certain way you wish for it to have gone?
Well, I feel like
did I want it to go a certain way? No, I didn't. I never believed that. I never believed that Mongo wasn't gonna. I didn't think nothing's gonna happen to Donut at this point. Nothing's gonna happen to Carl at this point. The people from the old folks home at that point, hadn't they gone their own separate way? And like I was like, you didn't introduce Mongo to kill him like 10 seconds later. So basically, like to me, reading the end of it, I was like, nothing is going to happen here. Like I know you're gonna bring this dinosaur with you, bro. Like just get there. So it was like I felt like I was kind of going through the motions at that point. And it just didn't really like, I felt like I wasn't really like, there was no tension or really too much interest at the end there for me. I just wanted to get to the next floor to see what was going to happen there, if that makes sense. So the end of the book felt a little flat is what I would say.
It felt to me like the Mondo section could have been a good like chill intro for the second book. Because all of the narrative tension, all of the climax is happening with the Rage Elemental.
Yeah.
And then they defeat the Rage Elemental in a very interesting and unique way. And then you get another like 50 pages of like, oh yeah, by the way, like we're gonna go fight this other like minor boss. We're gonna get a reward. Because what's the boss? It was like a dog kennel boss, right? Where they're like fighting.
Yeah, like the kobolds or whatever, right? Or
yeah,
was it the dingoes or something?
And so they get the familiar as a reward for the boss, and then you just spend like the last few chapters of the book like training up and bonding with this familiar.
Yeah.
And then the book just ends on a very flat note. There's no real climax. It's like, okay, well I guess that's it.
He probably could have written it to the way where like they kill the Rage Elemental and then they get the egg and then they go to the second floor. And then there'll be kind of a cliffhanger, like, what's in the egg? What the fuck is that? You know, like, he probably could have written in a way where the ending wasn't so, like, all right, whatever, I guess.
I think that may have been
yeah, like the conclusion was a perfect opportunity for him to, like, instead of making it so they're on their way to the second floor, like, they could have already gotten to the second floor and then maybe even, like, showed some crazy enemy and, like, everyone's flabbergasted, how are we going to deal with this? And then end the book right on that note. Like, he could have done that. I see what you mean. Like, the conclusion was an opportunity that was kind of wasted.
Just to be clear, they're not going to the second floor, right? They're on the second floor, and they're
That's right. They're already on the second floor. I think they're going down to the third or something. Yeah, that's
right. The first one is first and second floor, I believe.
Yeah.
And then the second book was the third floor.
Do I think a cliffhanger ending is better than a good conclusion? No. What I would say is that I think sometimes good fiction or good media can leave you wanting more, which is not the same as a cliffhanger. Because I think if you end, like, okay, God of War 4 at the end leaves me wanting more. It's not really a cliffhanger. Like, there's no cliffhanger there. It's just like, man, I want to see more. I think Dungeon Crawler Carl, if it had ended after the Rage Elemental and they like give you an egg and then it ends there, I'd be like, oh fuck, like I want to see what happens next. But like, I think the way it does end, it's kind of like, okay, yeah, they got the raptor. I didn't think, of course they were gonna keep that alive. And all right, I guess the next floor. So I guess what I'm saying is that the ending felt it felt kind of flat to me. It just felt like, okay, whatever.
Yeah. I guess what I was trying to say was like a cliffhanger could be a literary device for making you want more, but whether or not he used it, I don't know.
So I agree that the dungeon itself had a little bit of a lackluster ending, but I guess, do you count the epilogue as, I guess, the end of the book, or is that sort of like an
extra side story?
It's the Pineapple Cabaret, right?
So I'm gonna be fully honest with you. Like, I know that there at the ending there's like an additional story that takes place in the dungeon. Sometimes these novels, at the end of them, these fantasy novels, these soft covers, will have a chapter from a different book at the end of it to try to get you to buy that book. That's what I thought that was, so I didn't read it.
No.
I was like, I don't want to read a chapter from another book. I was like, yeah, it has that too. I don't know. So like, I often I don't want to read a different chapter from another book. So I did not. Yeah. I didn't read that. No, I didn't know that.
Is an excerpt from other crawlers.
Oh, okay.
So to me,
I didn't read it. I was actually worried I didn't read it, and everyone else was going to read it and be like, "Oh yeah, I finished the book." And
you can see why I would think that, though.
I didn't read it either. I didn't read it either, and I felt the same way. Like, after the book ended, like, I felt like, for better or worse, I did feel like I got some sense of closure. But once I got that closure, it's like the idea of reading more is just out the window. I'm like, I don't want to read more. Just give me the next book.
Right.
That'll bring up like other plot twists in his extra stories too.
I think that at least when he was initially writing these books, I don't think that he had intended to leave. Like, I don't know if Matt just didn't know how to essentially write the cliffhangers, because maybe he hadn't gotten to what he wanted to do for the next books at that point. Because as like we've said, like, the progression gets better as the books go on, and I think at least some of the ways that other books ends was a lot more writing progressive. Matt has gotten better over time with his endings and his world driving versus how the first book ended.
Yeah, like, you could argue, I see what you mean. Like, you could argue all the livelong day on like whether he used like certain literary devices the correct way, or if the book was structured how a book should be structured. Like, I was more interested too in like this guy's imagination like created this whole world, and it's interesting. And I understand that like when you create a world like in your own head, it's like a Jackson Pollock painting. You just kind of like throw it out there and splatter it everywhere, and it's all disorganized and jumbled. But then as you go further on in the books, like, things will start to fall into place.
Yeah.
For those of you who have read most of the books, does it ever get to a point where it feels like there's a compelling, overarching, cohesive plot line, as opposed to the first book where it's just like boss fight after boss fight after boss fight?
That's where the epilogues and the interviews are crucial.
Kind of what I was meaning earlier is like, over time, as I have gone back and listened to the books and kind of picked up my later knowledge and kind of tried to trace back, it now makes a more cohesive story. As I've read and as I've listened to the books, it makes more sense the more I've listened to it.
There's sort of two things going on, right? Like, there's Carl and Donut in the dungeon, but then it's like, how do all these external players come into it? Like, how do the corporations, the previous showrunners, the prior seasons, like, all of those things, they come into play?
It seemed like
the two things I am like trying to kind of compartmentalize as I'm reading are, is this book going to have an overarching theme where like the main character learns whatever lesson he needs to learn? And then on the other end of that, I'm also paying attention to the antagonist, because I remember from English class, they said, like, what's the definition of an antagonist? The antagonist is the person that forces the main character to change. So I'm I'm like really sensitive to those two things, and I'm hoping that those two things get resolved.
There may not be a direct antagonist, because you could say like in Lord of the Rings, like Sauron's an antagonist, but he barely appears whatsoever. So the antagonism could simply be like the existence of the dungeon or the Barant Corporation or whatever it may be. There may not be like a direct like this is the bad guy.
Yeah, it could be a collective thing.
Yeah, there's also I remember because I just started rereading the first book again, and at the very beginning they say something like, if you are able to complete level 18 of the dungeon, which apparently the farthest anybody, so there's 18 levels to the dungeon, I think the farthest anybody ever made it was level 13, and then that person died immediately. Apparently if you do beat level 18, then ownership of the planet reverts back to the originals. So I guess like is that where we're going? Are we going to this point where Carl is able to complete level 18 of the dungeon?
That I think is the goal.
Yeah, to give planet Earth back to the humans, I guess. Like that's ultimately where we're going, I guess. But I don't, it's hard to say. Yeah. I don't know. That sounds
it
like
definitely wouldn't feel like after, I don't know how many books he has planned, but there's 8 already and he's writing more. After that many books, it
10,
like, definitely wouldn't be a satisfying conclusion for him to like get to like level 13 or 14 and then to just choose like, yeah, I'm out. Like I'm not gonna feel.
Well, even if he did that, he would just become an NPC like Mordecai as well, which like that would not be a satisfying conclusion, right? But we don't want to get too far ahead because there may be spoilers and stuff as well too. So
I feel like it comes back to though like his "you will not break me." Like in the end, I think Carl's like strength of character is going to have him decide like, well, I want to take Earth back, right? I don't want to be under the control of a corporation. Like they're not going to break me. So against all odds, I'm going to beat level 18. That seems like the only satisfying conclusion.
Apparently he said that 10 is a loose number and that if it takes more, it will. Well, I mean, if the series keeps getting more popular and keeps making more money, I can pretty much guarantee he's going to keep going, probably.
And I think we got a few other people in here, too.
Yeah, so I guess we'll see. I guess another question here is that I don't know how much... I don't know how much Dungeon Crawler Carl fans even care about this whatsoever. But what did we think of like the writing itself, like the language, the way it's written? Like what do we think of his prose and like the way he writes stuff? We've also got some new people in. Welcome on in, Carl Germ. Thank you for waiting, being patient. What do you think, Carl?
Of course. Hello, I'm your resident Carl to talk about Dungeon Crawler Carl, which let me just start off with that on the question of what do you think of the writing. I think that's a terrible title. I think it's fitting for the book, but every time I try to say it out loud to tell people I read it, I feel like I am like the, 30 Rock skit with the rural juror, where like the guy clacks the thing and he's like, filming for the rural juror. God, that's a terrible title. But aside from that, I definitely wasn't super hot on this book. I did find it entertaining, and I don't want to like yuck anyone's yum because I know a lot of people really enjoy it, and I think that's awesome. And I kind of just felt like a crotchety old man reading this and being surprised that it was written as recently as it was, because it kind of felt to me like a mid-2000s book that, like, with the way it was written, where if I was reading it when I was in like my early 20s, I would have been all about it, but like reading it now, it just kind of feels like very like epic bacon, kind of like Rick and Morty style writing that really didn't land for me. But I will say that with the book, it was entertaining in the sense that I did keep reading it. It was an easy read, and I enjoyed my time reading it, even if a lot of that enjoyment kind of came from me like cringing a little bit at the prose.
The Rick and Morty accusations feel like like something that's like the most damning thing you could say about
I
this book.
did say it as a derogatory, yeah.
They're valid. I've never seen Rick and Morty. I just saw the people in McDonald's screaming about Szechuan sauce, so that's all I'm...
Yeah, and Rick and Morty is fine.
There was a reason where... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, please, go ahead.
I feel like with Rick and Morty, it was perfect for the time that it came out, right? Like it absolutely perfectly captured like the humor of that time period, like what people were really into, what people found funny, and it hasn't aged well. And Dungeon Crawler Carl is similar to that, where it feels like a product of that time, but it's not. It's something that's like more recent, and yet it still clearly resonates with people. Like a lot of people still really appreciate that form of humor.
Well,
yeah, when I was reading it as well, I was reminded of a book from like I forget when it came out, but it was written by a guy from the Cracked website. I think it was called John Dies at the End. They made a movie about it and stuff, and I remember reading that when it came out and thinking it was like super cool, and it was kind of crass, and it was kind of, you know, like edgy and stuff. And I got similar like vibes with this book when I was reading it, and I was like, man, I feel like if I go back and read, John Dies at the End, I would probably hate it as much as I'm hating on this, despite having loved it in the past. So I know, like, younger me would have absolutely ate this shit up. Just something about it, just like you were saying about Rick and Morty, it was very perfect for, like, the time. And that was a show that so many people I knew were like, you have to watch this show. And I eventually did, and I was like, okay, I can see what's appealing about this, and I can enjoy it. But I think kind of the fandom that, you know, was around it really didn't do it any favors with how poorly it has aged, as well as, you know, all the stuff with the creator of it being kind of a weirdo and stuff. So.
What was the show with Fry and Shake and
Futurama?
Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Aqua Teen. That was the show my friends tried to get. I guess because I'm showing my unk status here, where that was the one where my friends tried to get me into, and I tried to watch it, and it just did not land with me at all. Like, they're like, this is the funniest. This is the funniest shit you've ever seen. You've got to watch this. And I watched it.
LOL, so random humor.
Oh, it just
you had to be a stoner to like that one, I think.
It did not work for me.
I will disagree, because I loved that show and I was very much so not a stoner, but I do understand what you're saying with that. Yeah, for sure.
I think if you're able to like kind of tell when you guys are saying like it's of a time, I wonder if you're able to kind of like by reading his prose and like reading the way he writes stuff, you're able to kind of psychically tell like the stuff he watched, the stuff he likes, like how old is he, like you're able to almost kind of like discern like the kinds of humor, you know what I mean, like you can kind of almost tap into the author there and determine like the stuff that he likes, because he probably like based on all the things he like, we'd probably recognize like his references and all that stuff, right? So like I feel like you can almost discern who the writer is from the stuff he's referring to all the time, right? So I mean the prose is written pretty matter of fact, you know. He doesn't even try to really go off and like
prose is a little generous.
For as much as I liked the book, I felt at times it was a big run-on sentence for like a paragraph or two at times. I was like,
that's also true. Yeah,
I think Dinneman's not really one for a whole lot of like flowery imagery. He very much just states like, this is how it is and this is what's happening. And
he doesn't even really like some fantasy authors will like try and like they can't, like he doesn't even try. Like he's just like, it was a goblin, he was short and he was green. like that's all it's like. It's
here's what his penis looked like in a lot of detail.
His penis was big and purple and weird looking. like that
he was big.
Oh, and
he does go into
goblins love math, apparently.
He does go into pretty significant detail about the sex scene with the orc and Carl, that's for sure.
Bro, you describe a penis. What did didn't George R. Martin describe Samuel Tarly's penis as like a fat pink mast or something?
Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure Stephen King has also
Tyrion's penis at various points as well.
fat
pink
mast.
Like a tier list of authors by how they describe penises.
Right, exactly.
He definitely describes their dead.
What's up, Tom Mozgov? How's it going, man? Welcome on in. What's up, Tom?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, dude?
Hey, so kind of to come back to the writing, and this was something that got mentioned very early on, was someone said book talk, and that's like kind of like a trend. My wife pointed it out to me when she was reading like the ACOTAR books, which are like, you know, lady porn stuff, and I think it's just like an introductory way to get people to read a different genre of book. I think that goes into how his writing is, where it is, You know, like you can't compare it to something like Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings, where it is, you know, pretty well written. It's just to kind of attract people to it initially. So I think that is like the trend of book talk is just like, hey, this is a new genre of book you've never heard of before. Why don't you come try it? It's pretty easily accessible.
I can definitely agree with that. Mainly, I haven't really been able to read that much in the past, like probably decade. I have ADHD, and I also have like a heart condition that makes it really difficult to get any kind of medication for ADHD. And I love reading. Like when I was in high school, I read a bunch of Stephen King. I read all of the Dark Tower series, and was really into reading. But just somewhere along the line, like anytime I would try and read, I would either like be too tired or burnt out from work, or just not be able to focus on it. And with the book club, I'm going to thank you for hosting this, Barb, because I was like, hey, this is as good of an excuse as any to read this. And it was very easy to read through, and just, it was very accessible even to my brain, which is like only getting worse as I get older. So I think it is good for that, for sure.
Oh, well, it's my pleasure. I love reading. This kind of taps into a long time ago. I was an English, got my English degree. I love creative writing, and this kind of taps into something for me that is kind of dormant a lot of the time. So I love talking books and shooting the shit with you guys all the time about stuff like this. But it's definitely been I thought tonight might be the most lively discussion about a book, because I felt like people actually wanted to talk about this book, unlike the other ones. So I feel like it's going pretty well. So
in a way, we are all Barb's students.
No. It's been a pleasure.
I'd extend that. So thanks. I just finished the Joe Abercrombie series you started us on.
Oh, you finished the Blade itself? Does it get better
the
beyond
whole
the first
9
one?
books.
It's 9 books. I thought it was 3.
It's 3, and then 3 standalone, and another trilogy.
Whoa.
And yeah, they were great. It took me over a year to listen to them. But
I thought it was like 3 books. Damn. Oh my god.
I'm actually going to start The Prince of Nothing at some point, just because of Barb's recommendation.
Oh god.
I also want to start that. Yeah.
You guys, I'm warning you guys now. Like, think twice about it. I love it.
I already have the whole
warnings
trilogy.
to heart, for sure. Yeah.
I already have the whole trilogy, so I'm locked in. Like, I'm gonna read these for sure, even if I don't like them.
I feel like you guys don't think I'm sponsored by him, because I always talk about that book, but I love that series so much.
I went from Dungeon Crawler Carl to Prince of Nothing, so that was a pretty big jump.
That's like
Pretty
fucking
jarring.
super whiplash.
I'm curious, Barb. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please, you go ahead.
Barb, have you read Scott Bakker's other series? I don't remember the name of it.
I have read. It's Disciple of the Dog, which I didn't care for. I didn't care for that one too much. I did like Neuropath. When my sister was pregnant, she was like, I really want to read a book. I can't go anywhere. I gave her Neuropath, and I was like, here, check this out. And like, I freaked her out with that book. She was like, why would you give me this? This was fucking yeah. I haven't read those books in a long time. I really enjoyed Neuropath. I didn't care for Disciple of the Dog very much, but Neuropath was cool. But yeah, going from Dungeon Crawler Carl to Prince of Nothing is like going from fucking Twilight to like Cormac McCarthy or something. Like that's a big whiplash there, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've read, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones. I actually read Red Rising before I read Dungeon Crawler Carl, and that is a really fun series. Similarly, easily accessible, but the scope grows with each book, and the world building is super fun in that one. But I will say, Dungeon Crawler Carl, I've read all 8 books, and they do get better with each one. As the amount of crawlers dwindles, the scope of each floor grows, which is really cool.
Yeah, I think probably the nicest thing you could say about the writing for Dungeon Crawler Carl is that like it's really easy to read and like keeps you moving like through it all.
100%.
Yeah.
And the one word adjective I would use is entertaining, as it's been said before. Like, I just think that sums it up perfectly. There's nothing really special about the writing, but it's entertaining enough to just keep you wanting to read it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well, and like, because the entire time I was kind of really gravitating around that. I'm like, well, I am entertained here, and that doesn't mean it's like, you know, playing Dark Souls or Elden Ring levels of entertainment that I'm getting, but it's like, oh, you know, you're heating up dinner or something, and you have the TV on, and it's like a show that you have seen before or something, or you're not. You're waiting for The Simpsons to come on, and some show's on before it, and you just kind of watch, and you're like, okay, I'm entertained for now, kind of thing. Is sort of how it felt for me.
Mm-hmm.
Just like
I kind of like to chime in a little bit about the writing while we're on it. Have you guys heard the writing exercise of which of these two is the better story? A man's riding in a car, he gets a flat, he gets out, changes the flat, and he makes it to his destination on time. And then the second story is a man's driving in his car on the way to a party, he gets a flat, and then a werewolf comes out of the woods and eats him. Like, which of those two is a better story?
I mean, depends on the reader, right? I guess it depends what you want from the story.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
I'd go for the werewolf, though.
Yeah, really?
Well, yeah, in a classical sense, I can see how a lot of people would, you know, said in a really cliche way is you want the good guy to win, like at the end. I don't know if I'm for that.
Werewolf, but give it a love interest. What if it was like a super muscular, like handsome werewolf, right? Like, like some of those novels.
Well, now you're getting into the book talk kind of genre.
Maybe it's a werewolf story. No?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe
I feel
the
like
guy
people
driving
that are
the car is actually a gorgeous woman driving the car, and she's, she's down on her luck, and she just got cheated on.
There's
by
this
her
woman
ex,
who's driving a car and she's got huge boobs, and then this werewolf
Yeah, really massive honkers.
Driving her car. I did feel like a lot of his writing kind of fell into that trope of like the boobily breastily kind of thing when he was describing some of the bosses, and it's like, I know it was kind of to try and paint the corporations that were handling all of this in a really negative light, to be like, oh, they're taking these people who used to be people and like really just kind of like bastardizing them so that the alien like community watching it could understand it about a bit better. But I was like, yeah, but I mean, like, I didn't love all that kind of the way he wrote that, or like the interviewer and stuff where he's like, her boobs were like so big and so distracting and stuff. It's like, I don't know how necessary any of that really was to the plot or anything, other than to be like, these wacky aliens, they love feet and they love like
100% necessary to the plot.
Like, it's funny when
I think it just goes
he
to
doesn't
show
get into
how
like the imagery very much, but when he does get into the imagery, it's always like something really vulgar. Usually
something vulgar and sexual and like
edging
towards misogynistic.
The way I interpret, like, because a lot of the really wacky descriptions were of either the monsters or of the aliens, and the aliens were all like the way I didn't, because they meet a human who like looks like a human, but she's like crazy, like compressed. She's like insanely thin. And then you got the one woman who's got like gigantic comical boobs, right? To me, it was like kind of I thought he was painting this picture of like grotesque aliens that were these extreme examples of like wrongness. It wasn't supposed to be like, oh man, she's got huge boobs, so hot. It was just supposed to be like grotesque like creatures that would make you like uncomfortable if you thought about. So I didn't really get the sense of it was like, haha, funny, right? It was more like, look at all these crazy aliens, and like Carl is so out of his element here, and like he's in this bizarre world. That was the sense I got from that. Not necessarily like he was necessarily like having like a ton of fun with it, I guess. So I'm sure he was, but
could it also potentially, and I don't know if I want to give Dinoman like too much credit and like maybe thinking too far into it, but could it also potentially be like a bit of a statement about real life beauty standards and the stuff like that?
I mean, it's kind of mirrors
way of saying it, but yeah, I
beauty standards.
I think it kind of mirrors like, you know, the reality television show angle, because essentially it's a gigantic reality television show, right? It kind of mirrors our own, like, don't we also consume, like, bro, if we had a reality show of like a country and we threw people in there to like kill each other and do shit, like absolutely people would watch that shit and be like, I'll watch some people die. Like, hell yeah. Like people would 100% tune in and watch that. So like, if anything, it's kind of a mirror to our own willingness to consume and kill ourselves for entertainment purposes, right? Like we would absolutely do that.
And
I also like
recap
that.
show.
I like that with the orc, on the talk show. They really illustrated like the absurdity of paparazzi in a way by being like, oh, this really bad thing happened to you. Like, how does that make you feel? And it's like, well, how do you think it makes me feel? I feel like shit. And it's like this talk show host is just not giving a shit at all about the emotions of their guests. And like, he made it really absurd. And I think he did that on purpose just so that he could like clue you into like what, reality TV does with talk shows and like, capitalizing on people's emotions to make money and that type of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I feel
Just
like with my
exploiting
reading
people
of it,
fortune for profit.
Yeah. I think those are all really, really good points. I think just with my reading of it and probably just coming from my like hater energy towards it, I was like, the overall tone of the book, I think didn't really make me think like he was trying to make that statement. But I think that's a perfectly good statement to assume that he is making.
And the host of whatever recap show for, some country killing themselves would be a large-breasted lady.
Oh yeah, of course.
I guess this is a decent time to talk about what we thought, what we think overall of the entire picture. Like, what do we think of the entire book as it is? Keeping it to book one, because I know that there's a lot of positivity towards the later books that they get better. Just focusing, like, imagine if only book one existed right now. Like, what did we think of just book one? And I think we have some new people who haven't spoken. Let's see, we got Raw Speed. What's up, Raw Speed? How's it going?
Hey man. I kind of felt like, so it was entertaining, right? And it was, I enjoyed it, but it was on the level of like, so if you guys have a friend who recommends you anime, and it's like they watch anime all the time, and I never watch anime, so I'm not gonna watch like some random show that you watch that, is entertaining to you. If I'm gonna watch an anime or something, if I'm gonna like take time out of my busy day, I want it to be like a good one, so like it entertained me, but it's not something that it's like, I don't know, it feels like I wanted to spend my time on things that I'm more selective about, I guess.
So what is it you thought was like lacking? Like, what was missing from it?
It felt pretty surfacey. So one of the things I noticed is that, as an example, someone was talking about the you will not break me thing. To me, and maybe I'm just like kind of a hater about it, but it felt like it was disingenuous. Whereas like a lot of other series that I can think of, there's like a mantra that the main character utters, like I will not falter, or I will get up, or I will not yield. And it becomes a thing that like you care about. And for some reason in this one, I didn't. It's just like a lot of things like that kind of felt tacked on and not earned or something like that.
That didn't land for me either.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe just like
with,
getting
especially
into
with
it a little bit too early.
Yeah. Also with the start of the book where Carl's whole character in the first like several chapters or whatever is him being like, oh, I'm an asshole, but I'm not that big of an asshole. And then like when it kind of got to him like looking at like the number of like people who survived like decreasing, I feel like his character was kind of already established as like an aloof guy who like doesn't really give a shit about anything, and then suddenly he started caring, and it kind of just felt like it was like he didn't really like earn that of being like, oh no, I'm actually like really empathetic and really broken up about this stuff. But like, I don't know, I think that again I could just also be being a hater about it, but I felt the same way about the you will not break me.
And it's like the characters were fun, right? But compared to like Joe Abercrombie, who the characters are just like, everything about them just makes you want to know everything more about them. With here, it was just kind of like train of thought. Oh yeah, and by the way, I did this, and you didn't know, but behind the scenes when you were doing this, I did that. It felt a little bit like that too.
I did like
But overall, I did enjoy it, and I actually read the second book too, and then decided I wasn't going to go further. But I enjoyed it.
I grabbed the second book, but I purposely didn't start reading it in case I would get to talk about the book discussion, because I know that it would also kind of paint my picture of the book. So my overall, I don't know if I would say I'm smart ever, but the overall picture, I enjoyed it. It did leave me wanting more. Not to your point, Barb, not because like the ending was so compelling or anything. I actually found the whole thing where they were like, oh, actually, we just figured out what it really is. Like its scientific name is this, but you would know it as a velociraptor. And I was like, that is so like epic bacon humor, like the velociraptor memes of like the early 2000s. Where I was like, oh my god, that's so that it's like I'm excited to see where that goes because I'm sure it'll be interesting or something. But when they were like, it's a velociraptor, I'm like, oh man, how cool. But overall, I mean, I'm excited to start the second one. I'll say that.
From my perspective, as someone who is absolutely a hater, I feel like the book one as a standalone lacks anything that would qualify it as like a complete story that is compelling and interesting to me. I've obviously heard a lot of stuff about like, oh yeah, it gets a lot better later down the line, but book one, the plot's just all over the place. He's just cramming stuff down your throat constantly while Carl's also running all over the dungeon and you're getting boss fight after boss fight after boss fight. The deeper bits that he tries to put in there of like Carl having, a moral compass and, like the setup for later stuff, it doesn't hit because it feels too early. It feels like maybe you could have included some of that later in the book if the book was longer and it included more, but as a book that's just like something you can read in 2 or 3 days, and that stuff feels premature, and I felt like it didn't hit for me, right? Like I'm intrigued to see where the series could go. I think the concept of a video game novel, like a novel that is being portrayed as an RPG with a leveling system and a dungeon, like that's a really cool concept that I want to see explored further, but book one doesn't do a good enough job of it to where I feel like I almost have to read further on if I'm ever going to truly appreciate not only the series as a whole, but Carl as a character, Donut as a character, the overarching plot of the corporations. Like book one doesn't feel like a good hook to me.
So are you going to read book two?
I want to get all of y'all's opinion. Like, do y'all think I should read book 2 and 3 and so forth? Because right now my plan was not to. I don't feel like I want to continue it.
I think you should.
I would say go and see like character and class selection and see if that hooks you. Because I think that is the cliffhanger of book 1 is, okay, well, now that he's survived this long, is it going to be, he gets stat points, he gets a class, he gets a race. Like that's, to me, that was the cliffhanger that made me go into book 2. And after that, it kind of like the first few chapters of book 2 hooked me.
If you're unfamiliar, chat, once you beat floor 1 and floor 2, when you get to the 3rd floor, you get to choose a race. So you could like theoretically become like a centaur or something, or you could stay a human or whatever you want to do, and you could choose a class. So you could become like a monk or a warrior or a priest or whatever you wanted to do, right? So they like give you, that's where you get your options. So when they get to floor 3, that's where they start to make their choice. So at the end of book 1, you don't know what Donut and Carl are going to pick, which I suppose that's kind of a cliffhanger. I guess I can't say to me like I don't know. I guess I'll wait till we hear more of your guys' opinions until I weigh in on my opinion. I guess I think I've already said it on stream a bunch of times, but let's see.
Just to let Noah know he's not alone, I also don't plan on reading the second book. I kind of feel like most books only have one book to let you know if they're good, and if your excuse is like, you need 4 books before it starts being good, I was like, well, I'll read a book that's good in 1 book. Why not do that?
Yeah. I do have one more question of just like, this will determine whether I continue. I want to know if Dinniman's writing and the plot as a whole gets much more concise and intriguing. Like, does the corporation stuff and does the deeper floors of the dungeon, does it make for a compelling plot as like singular books that are interesting to read as, as a singular thing outside of the whole? Or is it always just going to be completely chaotic and just constant joke cracking and, he doesn't really take the plot seriously? Like, does it get more concise?
I would say
Not
yes.
concise, but...
I personally would say it does, but it's more so because like the first book is truly like the introductory to everything. So, and we're coming at it from the perspective of Carl. So, whereas he doesn't know much, he's kind of just been thrown into this dungeon, and he's trying to just get through and kind of just being told all these different things, just like we are as the reader. Whereas as the story progresses, we have a better understanding because Carl has a better understanding of everything. He then will get a grip on what he needs to do in order to, as we've said, get to the goal, at least our intended goal of getting to floor 18. So as the story progresses, we kind of follow Carl in his understanding of what's going on.
It seems like people are pretty universally saying that yes, it gets better. Yes, it's better. Yes, it's better. I think there's definitely like a lot of Dungeon Crawler Carl fans here, so that I think that's probably like the finger on the scales, so to speak, to tell you like what they're thinking, obviously, about it. I read book 2. I was on vacation, so it was kind of in and out, and my kids were screaming the entire time. But like, I think book 2 is pretty comparable to book 1. I think I would say I slightly prefer book 1, but they're both like pretty close. So I wouldn't really weigh in too much beyond that point. But people are saying like, book 3 gets better, book 4 gets better. Who knows on that one? But in defense,
do the stakes get higher? Like a lot of book 1 to me felt like Deus Ex Machina, like over and over again. It's like, oh, we have this huge challenge ahead. Luckily, we have like a number of potions that is impossible to even count, so at any point we can just kind of heal, and there's a cooldown, but luckily we have this spell or whatever. And it always kind of felt like the stakes were never actually there. They were set up as if they were, but they weren't actually.
The Deus Ex Machina is kind of written.
I mean, so like without providing spoilers for like what those plot points are, yes, absolutely, cool. Right? Like it goes from being just Carl kind of 1 foot off the ground, constantly figuring out this world he's in, to like, okay, he's comfortable in this world, and now the plot lines can really start developing from there, right? Like, how does Carl's experiences in the dungeon translate to like the larger world of like, will humans survive? Will Earth humans survive this like dungeon experience, right? Like, how will all of the crawlers work together to overcome this like horrible situation that none of them asked to be in, right? So like it definitely, I think the themes get much broader and much more interesting as the series goes on, right? That's what kept me reading deeper and deeper and longer as things went on, right? It's not just him getting used to the game anymore. It's him figuring out like, how does the game fit into his psyche as a person? How does the psychology of all of these characters and these things they're doing start to interact, right? It gets better. I'll say it gets better. I don't know.
I do feel like Nullchamp made a good point earlier, though, which I actually wanted to touch on, was that the enjoyment of the book and the knowledge that you as a reader have is completely tied to Carl's character development. Because first person is a very limiting perspective to write from, right? Like, you're always going to be seeing events happen through Carl's eyes. You're not going to be seeing like anybody else's and maybe he does include other characters' perspectives later on down the line, but for book 1 particularly, you're only getting Carl's thoughts and feelings and actions through his own perspective. Whereas I feel like something like this, like the whole concept of an RPG novel, would be a lot better served by a more open, like third-person perspective where you can get different characters' thoughts and feelings and actions and the way that they want to handle stuff. It's better for world building where you can see a different character's perspective from a different faction maybe, or different experiences. Like, I feel the first person is overly limiting for the concept of the
That's
the
a really
series.
interesting perspective. So do you think it would have been better maybe if we had like almost like Game of Thrones style, like third person, where you would follow Carl and maybe follow Donut, and then maybe like a Frank or Maggie POV, and then like
absolutely.
You think that would
I absolutely like. I want to know what's going on in Donut's head. I want to know what's going on in the other characters' heads, right? I want to know how they feel about the current situation. Hell, even give me like I don't remember the name of the Borant Corporation lady who is like Carl and Donut's handler,
Zev.
right?
Zev.
I'd love to know like what I'd love to know what she's experiencing during all of this, because
you need a Mongo POV.
Well,
I think that
would take away from
it from like Mordecai and from some of the other like people that have been in the dungeon before. in like Adet and like other like storylines, you can kind of glean that from their experiences, and now they're the, you know, not necessarily outsiders, but they're doing it from a different perspective. So I think it does come around eventually. You just don't get it written out and explained.
Yeah,
it would certainly be interesting to get. It would also help a lot to get a better idea of the world building if you could see what these other characters were seeing there. But it also could be less involving, because I think partially why people like Carl and Donut so much is that you're with them the entire time and you're in their perspective. So I think that also lends people to they are the main characters, you know. So,
but I do also feel like just for book one specifically, Carl is not an interesting or compelling enough protagonist for me to really be invested in his character. Like, as like a first person,
I would
absolutely RPG
I would agree with that.
First tutorial.
I would agree with
honestly,
you there.
I don't think I would. Oh, sorry.
If this was the only book that you had read, I would totally agree. I mean, obviously, I'm further along, but I would agree with you just because, again, it's from his perspective, and we're kind of just he's dumb in the first book. He's dumb. He just doesn't know anything. So I would agree with that point of, but again, it's kind of the catch-22 of, do you want to get to know him? Then listen. Then I would say listen.
Actually, you're kind of bringing up a point. So you're saying he's dumb, and I think that's the thing I had a problem with, is that he had low intelligence, and yet he's actually shown to be very smart.
Well, but they said that intelligence and wisdom are two different things, because they said that, like, well, don't they use the comparison with him as, like, before he goes in, his friend, like, didn't his friend, like, piss on a police officer's bike or some shit? And it was like, your intelligence told you,
foreshadowing.
Right. It's like, so his intelligence may be low, but his wisdom is hidden from him. So, like, Donut may have, like, an intelligence of 25, but she may have really low wisdom, whereas Carl has much higher wisdom, right? But they don't show him that.
I think the problem, though, like, the problem is not that Carl's actually dumb, because he is, like, shown to be smart in certain situations. I don't think it's that he's dumb, he's just not interesting, right? He's written to be sort of an everyman, right? He's written to be relatable.
He's sort of an avatar, yeah.
Yeah, like he's meant to, like, maybe you can even self-insert where like you can like maybe he's got similar past to people reading, or he's got similar hobbies or similar character personality to people reading, so like you can insert yourself on Carl's perspective, and that's where the first person does help, is like inserting your own perspective from like how you would feel if you were in Carl's situation. But Carl himself is just not particularly interesting. He's just a normal dude.
I think after book one,
For me, I find Carl kind of interesting though, because for me personally, I find Carl interesting just because he has the military background. And when he says something that, at least to me, when he says, like, I will not be broken, I will not be broken, it's almost like how I interpreted that is like he's kind of numb to all these things that are happening around him. And he's also traumatized and he doesn't know how to deal with it. So to me, I find that interesting. Like, starting it out as the main character is somebody who has military background and, you know, has trauma. That's I'm sold. That's honestly all I needed to hear, because I really like that perspective. So
I don't
I'm
think
biased.
you're.
I'm biased.
I don't think you're like, if you keep reading after book one, I don't think you're reading because you're like, man, Carl is such a great character. Like, I could see you could feel that way about Donut, which is kind of funny because you think about it like a house cat is your favorite character.
I definitely feel that way about Donut. yeah.
Like,
sure.
but you probably don't feel that way. Like, man, Carl is such a good character. Like, I gotta see more of Carl. I think it's more so you just kind of bought into the concept and like, this is a cool concept. This is really unique. Like, I want to see where he goes with this. Like, I think that's like, okay, I'm in on the situation. And
I was far more interested in what.
Trying to see how he gets out of the next thing, and how he gets out of the next thing, and how he gets out of the next thing.
Yeah, so I think like it's kind of said that the writers are planners or pantsers, right? Like, but they fly by the seat of their pants. And I think that is so clear here and makes me realize that I don't really like the kind of writing that just flies by the seat of their pants, because it's just
So
I guess I
he
respect
has
that.
said he flies by the seat of his pants, right? Like he just makes shit up as he goes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Nothing wrong
I
with that, but
actually
that's
kind
not
of
what
feel like
I-
that's not true, because I've read book 1 and book 2, but I kind of feel like maybe he's going back and doing it in editing or not, but I feel like he's seeding all of these things way later.
Yeah.
Because
I think he has
It's
like
the
the
shotgun
30,000
approach for
foot view.
Chekhov.
Because like that, or what was
Yeah.
that thing that Donut puts on the crown where she has to fight all of the blood salt in it or whatever? Like that's
crown of the
absolutely gonna
sepsis
come
horde.
back.
Sword.
Like I don't believe
I feel
that
like he
Mistress.
probably. Yeah, I think he probably doesn't have a full fleshed out idea though. Like there was actually a pretty notorious thing in the Dark Tower series where Stephen King famously took like years and years off from writing the books, and like between 3 and 4 was like a huge gap, and there was a character that like has like a resurrection essentially, and then in like the next book he comes back and it's like for a second, and it's like I genuinely think Stephen King just forgot what he had planned initially in that gap year. And I kind of feel like reading this, all of these seeding things, I'm like, this will be really cool how it pans out, and maybe it will be, but it also, I could just be setting myself up for the same sort of thing of being like, this is going to be really cool, and then get disappointed and be like, oh, that could have been cool. Like the thing for me, and this could be later on in the series, but when I was reading, I was really compelled by the whole, I think his name was Frank Q or whatever, like the crawler, like the first one that, it has like the one who like is obviously a bad guy and Carl has to like get away from him and stuff. I was like, this is going to be so cool. And then like the conclusion of that, I was like, oh, well, that was really disappointing. Like maybe it gets better like later, but they're also like, there was no light in his eyes anymore. And I'm like, so it seems like that's not really going to necessarily go anywhere.
So
But who knows?
This is something I did not
there's
know until just now. Apparently, he lets the author lets his fans vote for stuff on his Patreon.
On
like
Patreon, yeah.
like the content of loot boxes and the stuff that his characters receive. I did not know that.
I hate that.
That's like such
I
a
hate
meta
that.
thing to do.
I mean, that is essentially
To be
what
fair, he makes the
the
choices.
viewers do.
It's fitting for the story, I guess. So I'll give it that. but I
It
hate
fits
that.
with the story.
It kind of
Like-
weirdly does
Yeah, for
fit.
sure.
Yeah,
Because
that's exactly what happens.
because
We
like
are
the
we are the
audience
readers.
the audience themselves are trolling, and they are doing these random things because there's supposed to be this chaotic element, right? Whoever, because there are people out there buying boxes for Carl and Donut, right? So that's kind of funny. I had no idea. We're all playing checkers and he's playing chess, bro. This guy is smart. I don't know. I don't know if I
really
believe.
smart or
No, I find it really interesting for like every different piece of information can be either a little nugget down a trail, and every big piece can be a nothing burger. So you kind of, as a reader, you kind of have to pay attention to everything and nothing all at once, because in this setting and in this genre, you could just explain it away with magic. Either way, so it all is important.
It can all matter, or none of it can matter, right? In the long
That's a really
run.
good point.
And
and I feel like with
I
a
will
lot of
say
it too,
that-
it's like it doesn't matter if it pays off. I guess with how I feel, where I'm like, this is good enough to keep reading. So sure, I guess if it doesn't pay off, it's fine.
Well, there's no way
That's
everything
a really
he's
good-
ever brought up is going to matter. Like, there's certainly going to be things that like never come up again, and like that was just a one-off, or he like leaves that. So
And that's the nature of these types of series as well. Like there are inevitably going to be things that you hear in one book and then you're like, God, I was really hoping for this, and then you never hear about it. Or the one thing that you thought that you didn't pay a piece of attention to came to be like something really big. Like I've listened to other types of series that do that same kind of concept, and I'm like, well, I guess I have to go back and re-listen to it because I completely forgot about it the first time I heard it.
gravy
I love
boat
stuff like
side
that
book
normally.
coming.
Like, I love Chekhov's guns, and you go back and like, oh, that was the whole, that was planned the whole time. But I think you guys are making good points that not everything needs to be like that, and it kind of is more honest if it's not always like that.
And can I say too, like as I was reading the first book, it kept striking me. I was like, wow, this is a book written for me. Like I've been playing video games for 40 years, and this is someone speaking my language. And yeah, totally, nerd for sure. Like I'll self-identify, but like as I'm reading this book, I like Matt Dinniman. I don't know anything about him as a person. Maybe he's a piece of shit, but like I like his vibe. He makes I hope he's successful. I like hearing it's like I read his wiki page and he used to go to cat shows and he made his living drawing portraits of the cats that people were bringing to cat shows and like selling them to these like insane cat owners. That's how he made his living, right? I think that's so cool. I like that this nerdy video game loving fella wrote these books that are really successful that I get to read now, right? So like I'm rooting for him just as much as I'm rooting for Carl. I don't know if anybody else had that kind of experience with it as I
Yeah,
did.
I
hope Matt Denneman does well. I like
but with
Matt
Jeff
Denneman, you know?
I did the same thing, but with
Yeah.
Jeff Hayes as a voice actor.
Yep.
I want to say though that this is just touching back on something previously, but Dinneman's ability to foreshadow future events, I feel, does not necessarily correlate to good world building. Because when you have something like the feud with like the orcs and the Blood Sultanate, or the feud with Frank and Maggie, like those are almost certainly events that are absolutely going to happen, right? So you can fully expect to, like, if you continue reading, there's going to be a future conflict down the line. But there's nothing ambiguous about it, right? I don't see anything in the first book where like it leaves you questioning, like, well, maybe will that thread get pulled later down the line? I don't know. Like, there's no ambiguous world building. It's just like very matter of fact, like, oh yeah, like these are your enemies, like this is what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I think that's just a first book issue, though. I mean, you can only introduce so many lines in that first book in that sort of way. Like, yeah, you have main players, protagonists and antagonists, but the little seeds of every other little piece of information are kind of what can help broaden and draw like correlations into the bigger world. And to speak on Dinneman's like character, again, I don't know who he is as a person, but the first book feels like a fan fiction, or like just a splooge of like, I'm just gonna write this and see what happens. It just feels like it's very like a very like mind dump type of book for him in this scenario, and it intrigued me to like learn more about the author as well.
Yeah, I would go back to Black Tank's kind of piece of how I think that at some point, because this is the first book, I don't think it did enough to get somebody truly invested into the world or into overall like who Carl was as a character for most people. I loved it, but at the same time, I think at some point, once the series finishes, if he were to go back and rewrite it with the writing skills that he's developed over time and how the series has progressed, if he wrote some of the first book in the more style of how the later books end up becoming, I think that may actually grab more people's attention.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can generalize like just whether people like it or not in any way just because of how popular it is already. I mean, like, I don't know. All I can say is, like, because this is the first RPG book that I've ever read, I have no frame of reference for whether it's good or not, and kind of like what Barb does on his stream, where he doesn't really judge a game until after he's finished it. That's kind of like how I feel. Like, I want to finish the whole thing and then be on the other side and then judge it.
It probably to like kind of a little bit disagree. I do think that books should stand on their own. Like if you buy a book, I think that there should be like a satisfying. Like if you read a 400 or 500 page novel, I do feel like it should stand on its own. I do think it needs its own legs. It does need its own ability. Like, you can't just be like, oh, did you just read 7 more books and then it gets good? I think books should stand on their own. That doesn't mean that I think that the next books are necessarily good or bad. But I do think that legs, just like books or movies, should be entertaining in their own right. Like, is Star Wars A New Hope like the conclusion of the story? I mean, we know not even close, right? Because we know how many other movies, how much other garbage they made, right? But does Star Wars A New Hope stand on its own? Oh, hell yeah, dude. If you just watch Star Wars A New Hope and call it a day, that's like 10 out of 10 cinema, right? Like, amazing book, or amazing movie, rather. So like with Dungeon Crawler Carl, like I think I've said this opinion before, but I'll restate it. Is that I don't like the prose. I don't like the prose is, as we've said, there's really nothing really to say. It's written very like, there was a goblin. He was green and he was short. I picked him up and I threw him and he splatted like a watermelon. Like that's kind of how it's kind of written a lot of the time. So I can't really say like the writing is like, oh my God. Character wise, like I guess like I'm curious to see what's going to happen with Maggie and Frank. And you know, Carl is kind of like, okay, like I don't dislike Carl. And Donut is like amusing. But are the characters like, bro, like I gotta see what's gonna happen with Tyrion. Like I gotta see what's gonna happen at the Capitol with Sansa and you know, Jaime Lannister or something. Like I can't really say that the characters really grab me like that. So the characters kind of meh. The world building, like, you know, I can't say, like, honestly, I kind of felt like I got less interested in everything when we learned about the corporations. I don't know if anybody else felt that way, but like when we find out like, oh yeah, there's like 40 quadrillion planets watching you and all these planets, like for somehow it was like, ugh, it was kind of like eye rolling. I kind of liked it when it was like a more mysterious dungeon, and the TV show thing kind of was like not, it wasn't as interesting to me. So like, it kind of sounds like I really dislike Dungeon Crawler Carl from my description of it. Like I didn't like the writing, I don't like the characters, I don't like the world. But honestly, I feel like all of the criticisms I have, like, bro, just turn off your brain and just read it. Like, just enjoy it. And it's not a commitment. It's very light to read. And if you just go with the flow and treat it like a lazy river and just read it and open it and have a good time, like, I feel like that is the way to enjoy it. And like, if the more you fight, the more you fight against that, like it's like you're not, it's not going to make it better for you. So you just kind of have to like just accept it for what it is. You know what I'm saying?
It's just
like another form of suspension of disbelief,
but it is something.
It's a book that, like somebody said in chat, it's a book that you can read while you're on the toilet. Like you just doom scroll instead of doom read.
Better than doom scroll.
If it would be necessarily unfair to compare Dungeon Crawler Carl to something like more traditional fantasy, because I think like I love the Wheel of Time, right? I've read a lot of them, but if you go back and reread the first Wheel of Time book, there's all sorts of like little tidbits there that are good world building, but when you first read it, you don't realize that in the moment. Like you're just reading a standalone first novel. But then you go back and you read it and it's like, oh my God, he's setting up like so much stuff here in secret because he had a really intricate plan for the world as a whole in the book going forward. He had plans for the characters, plans for the locations, plans for the events. Like Wheel of Time book 1 is really, really intricately written to set up the events of the later books, right? And that continues to be a theme throughout the rest of the books as well until the big final conclusion.
You're the only Wheel of Time fan I've ever met.
I love Wheel of Time. It's amazing. Like it's like genuinely, if you're blind reading the first book, it might be a little like on the slow side, but once you get further in, it picks up in such an incredible way. Where with Dungeon Crawler Carl, like I feel like you could get further in and be enjoying it, but then you go back and return that first book, and there's not really a whole lot there to like reread and enjoy like a new perspective of like, oh wow, I can't believe like he set that up so early. It's like everything that's set up in the first book is very on the nose and you can see it coming, and it doesn't seem like it's worth rereading at that point.
I would say,
but is that so I haven't reread it myself. I'm still reading through the series the first time. Like Barb said, he's rereading book 1 now that he's read book 2, and it, correct me if I'm wrong, sounded like you said reading it the second time was sort of a different experience than reading through it the first time, right?
Yeah, it's
I don't
interesting.
know if that means it was a better experience so much, but a different one is interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting to reread the first book after you like know a little bit more about it. I think you're kind of understanding a little bit. Like in the first time you read it, you're kind of like Carl, you're just kind of figuring stuff out as you go. But the second time around, maybe you're a bit like Mordecai, where it's like, yeah, here's the rules, and like, yeah, here it is, you know. So you kind of get that perspective a little bit. So
I would say that this series works exactly, maybe not exactly like to the pinpoint accuracy that you're kind of stating how Wheel of Time was, but the idea that things are that you get a different perspective, because as you read in later into the books, you notice and you get more backstory about certain things that happened earlier in the first books. It is a different perspective as you're rereading it. So as I've gone back and kind of reread it, as I've been waiting for the next book to come out, I now am coming in with a fresher perspective, like Mordecai. It's like I know more things now, so therefore I'm picking up more things that I didn't do the first time, which is why I like it.
Let me stop you there. I don't hate Wheel of Time. Sorry, somebody else saying I don't hate it. I don't hate Wheel of Time. A long time ago, after I saw the movie Fellowship of the Ring, and I was like, holy shit. I read through the Lord of the Rings series, read all the books. I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever read. Like, I'm right off that. I'm ready to read more fantasy. I'm like, oh, hell yeah, I gotta read more. Wheel of Time, let's go. I read like book 1 and book 2 of Wheel of Time, and that's where I kind of slowly realized, like, you only get one Lord of the Rings in your life. Like, that's it. And
I would say like the big problem you had there was that you read it immediately after Lord of the Rings.
That was the problem.
It's not gonna live up to Lord of the Rings.
Right,
Wheel of
exactly.
Time on its own is
I read like 2
phenomenal
books and I was like, okay, yeah, I think I'm just gonna stop there. And that was also in high school. That was in high school, for the record, so it was a long time ago.
I think Barb needs to read Dune one more time, and then he'll truly like it.
I've only read it like 4 times.
At least
reading
one
it.
more time. When you read Dune the 5th time, that's when it gets really good.
Then I'll convince myself finally.
You really understand the depth. The funny thing is I'm still reading Lord of the Rings. I've been having trouble. Somebody said earlier that they were like having ADHD, kind of like dealing with burnout and stuff like that. I have been having trouble like continuing to read Lord of the Rings just because like the imagery is so vivid and it's just, I don't know. Right now I'm at a point right now where I'm really good, or I have been really good at reading a little bit from a bunch of different books at the same time. So when I started reading Dungeon Carl, I don't know, it just took off really. It felt good. It felt like a muscle was like atrophied, and that it's not atrophied anymore. You know what I mean?
That's exactly how I felt with me talking about ADHD and my experience with it earlier. Like, for sure, like I was like, yeah, this has felt like atrophy, and now I feel like I can move it again. And I've picked up other books since. I started rereading The Gunslinger, and I started reading The King in Yellow because I had never read that one before, despite being like a big fan of like the horror genre and stuff. And it's been nice, and it's also very jarring to just be like, wow, there's imagery in these books. Whoa.
There's also the Lord of the Rings audiobook by Andy Serkis, and people like rave about that. I've never listened to it, but people got a lot of audiobook enjoyers. Apparently, he does all the voices, like he does everything. Apparently, that one's really good. I've never listened to it though. But speaking of other media, I don't know if you guys are aware, but the NBC is apparently going to do a dungeon crawler TV show. I don't know if you guys have heard of this.
Let's go.
Yeah, and apparently, is it being produced or written or what by Seth MacFarlane is involved? Is that right?
They couldn't get Justin Roiland for obvious reasons.
Fuzzy Doors Company.
So I have a question: is this live action or is it animated?
I don't know live action.
Motion cap.
Hey, Donut, this reminds me of that time that we got locked in the dungeon.
Who was the guy that had the crazy Peter impression earlier tonight? Hey, Donut. So I don't know what you guys think. What do you guys think of the Dungeon Crawler Carl TV adaptation? How do you guys feeling about that
Cautiously optimistic.
You know, with a lot of people saying that
I just hope to God it's not going to be another Rings of Power type situation.
A Rings of Power type situation? I don't think there's any way they can fuck it up that bad, bro.
That's not going to happen.
With a lot of people saying that the audiobook is better, I feel like the TV adaptation could be a really great way to get people into it, just because I feel like with particular elements like the AI voice, the overseer, right, like the achievement notifications, like the stuff that you're sort of having to, if you're just reading it as a novel, you're having to like imagine how that's going to sound in your head. with something like a TV show or an audiobook, it's going to be a much better representation of how that's supposed to be. And I think it might be able to do it better justice than just somebody reading it with their own imagination.
I
It
would
could bring
agree.
people into it who
all I can
haven't
say
played
is a
video
TV show
games
has
much.
potential. Like a
It better
TV show
not
has
pull a
potential
Harry
to be
Potter,
good.
though.
Yeah, do we know if it's going to be like a primetime TV show or just like a straight on streaming TV show? Because I feel
I
like
don't know.
It's going to Peacock.
It's going to Peacock.
Well, yeah, but right. So that's why I ask if it's going to be just on the app. Because
I'm calling it right now. I'm putting $5 on the line that Seth MacFarlane is going to be the voice of Mordecai. That's what I'm calling right now. He's gonna be he's gonna be the
It's just gonna be his Brian Griffin voice.
probably
Maybe the voice
yeah.
of the
It's
AI.
gonna
Which is
you're
just
gonna
his
know.
actual voice.
I hope it's the AI.
Yeah.
The AI voice I could see
So,
for sure.
I
Didn't,
have a
didn't
love-hate
Mordecai?
relationship
Didn't
with
Mordecai
this.
in the beginning of the book? Didn't Mordecai in the beginning of the book take the form of like a rat or something? I feel like
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like a rat,
right,
so
dude.
he's like a shapeshifter, I guess. At first he was a
yeah,
rat.
the
Every
first thing that
floor,
came to
his
mind, the
shape
first thing that came to
changes.
mind when I visualized that was what is his name again? Splinter. From,
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah, I think Carl literally
think he-
says
I
like he
think he
looks
literally-
like
Yeah, Carl
Master
even like
Splinter.
noticed that similarity. Yeah.
In the
Right.
way when he
He's
doesn't want to
noticed
use
all.
imagery, Matt Dinneman's just like, "Hey, do you remember this show?"
Remember?
Yeah.
I get calling
there's
back
like
to the millennials everywhere, right?
I've mentioned this in chat a couple times as an example of like, okay, as much as I like these books, Dinneman's not, maybe like the world's best writer
Yeah,
of all
for sure.
time. There's one point in a later book where like this is the legit sentence. I memorized it because I thought it was so funny. It said, "The beast looked like the monster from Dungeons and Dragons, but not exactly."
Yeah, right.
Dude, that's actually that's just
Really?
that's exactly like how Lovecraft would write about how things were unimaginable. Like that's just smart.
Yeah.
That's just, you can't imagine it. Not even Lovecraft could imagine it, so it was unimaginable.
Yeah.
But I feel
I
like
have
with
a
the
love
references in
relationship.
Dungeon
I read
Crawler
that and I
Carl,
was like,
with
all
this
right, like
TV
I'm
show.
cutting you a lot of slack, man, but that's like a little too much slack. Like, all right.
it's definitely not a timeless piece of media where I can't imagine like people 100 years from now reading Dungeon Crawler Carl and understanding a lot of the references that he's making there. Like they're gonna read it like, what the hell is Golden Girls? Like what the fuck is that?
What's a baby
Certainly
Yoda?
not evergreen.
Oh
Yeah.
God, there is a Baby Yoda reference there.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it'll be
No, that's
interesting
fair.
to see if they follow like one series as one book, or if they just do the content up into just how they manage the timing of the content, because they could skip a lot of stuff and it might not make sense down the road.
I feel
which
like
would be
they're gonna
unfortunate.
do what they're doing with the One Piece live action. Like they skip over a lot of like the world building just to kind of give you like the meat piece of it, to where you get an understanding of like the world, you get an understanding for the characters, but some of the things that for us who have read the books, we know that there's more backstory that we know for a fact that they won't go into, because a lot of also the as the style of the book is, a lot of it is again also kind of like Harry Potter. It's all like in Carl's head. It's Carl's understanding. So as putting that visually may not work. So I personally don't think that a live action may be the best option. I would more rather say that, because also some of the craziness of like the descriptions of some of the different characters and some of the different like set pieces and stuff like that may just not reflect in a more real world environment, but it may come off better in an animation style.
It really should be animated to better realize the world, as somebody's standing out and saying.
Exactly kind of what I'm saying.
You may be right. I think you may or may not be right. Well, let's just assume you're right, that it'd be better if it be animated. I think if you had one version of Dungeon Crawler Carl that is live action with like actors, like whoever you cast, right, and then they're running around, and then you have an animated version and they were both on NBC, I would put down a lot of money that the live action one would generate more interest, like hands down.
I
No
totally
question.
agree with you. I 100% agree with you. And the live action, it's going to bring a lot more. It would bring in a lot more viewership just because people are going to see something live rather than not a lot of people like animation.
Think of the number of people would look at animation
Would it
and just
bring
write
more
it off.
viewers in? So to bring more viewers in, and like we're watching like the butthole version of Cats way, like yeah, it looks realistic, but like it makes it look bad. Like it looks worse.
Tom Holland.
It's realistic, right?
Tom Holland is Carl.
Yeah, it'll only
The thing about the One Piece, the thing about the One Piece live action though is that not only does it do a summary of like One Piece, it also kind of tries to tell the story in a different way. So it's like it's like its own universe. So like if they did a live action, maybe they could, imagine, new characters or new parts that weren't otherwise there. They could take it in a different direction if they wanted to.
I really hate that though. I hate this trend of like we're gonna make a live action adaptation of a popular franchise and we're gonna completely disrespect the source material by adding our own twists and our own flair and our own characters and our own plot lines. I think that's just disrespectful to the source material. They did it with The Witcher. I hate the live action Witcher adaptation because it's so completely disrespectful to the books. The books are fantastic, but the live action show is awful. It's actually awful.
There's
I don't want to
For sure, and compare that to like a season 1 and 2 of Castlevania, right? This like super duper.
There's
super
good
animated
and
show
bad
that
examples either
absolutely
way.
was insane, right?
Like The Witcher would be a bad example where they like came up with like their own crap and went off on their own tirades and ignoring the source material, right? And then you've also got like what isn't the most highly rated episode of Last of Us on the HBO series, the one where they went into the relationship with I can't even remember the guy's name.
The
Bill.
Nick Offerman episode, yeah.
Yeah, and like that's one of the most highly rated episodes of the show, and they just completely invented all of that, right? And then so there's good and bad examples. Like I was thinking like it could be a cool episode. Like the first episode of Dungeon Crawler Carl I think has to be about like Carl and first entering the dungeon, but they could also do like another episode where like imagine they show you like the hospital and they show you the events leading up to where everybody goes into the hospital, so you see how that all happens. And that wasn't in the book, you just meet those characters, but that could be like an awesome episode just by itself too. So I think it's possible. They just have to do it. To me, it's all execution. Sometimes in Super Mario World, somebody will show me like, hey, is this a good ASM? Like, should I use this in my ROM hack? And I'm like, it depends on how you execute it. Like, if you want to come up with some original story and change the source material, you have to execute it well. The problem with Rings of Power is not that the ideas are bad, it's that they executed it in the worst possible way and destroyed it, and like they had no idea what they were doing with it. So that takes a level of skill and ability that who knows if NBC is going to have that. I don't know. So
and I think they would
have. I mean, they could definitely need to. They definitely need to at least. I mean, have the author as a consultant and run things by him and get his permission on like what certain parts of the plot need to be in the story. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It could be good. I have no expectation though.
I mean, that's what they did with One Piece.
You can't convince me that
Oda signed off on
you like
everything
straight
from the live action.
The TED TV show did like a Dungeons and Dragons episode where they like fully imagined the campaign that they were on, and I think that was kind of like their production company's test run for like, can we actually make this scope real enough for what is involved in the book?
I don't.
I've heard that show's really good as well.
guess.
I haven't watched it at all, but I've heard it's good.
I don't know who
They
here
have
is.
such a hard time visualizing Princess Donut as like a live action talking cat that doesn't look fucking
Just get the
stupid.
Salem puppet.
Like,
You
that's
haven't
really
seen
really hard
Sabrina
for me to
the
picture
Teenage
in my head, right?
I think
They have to do some kind of Cheshire cat. Like honestly, the first thing that comes to mind when I think of a talking cat is a Cheshire. So I don't know. It could be interesting whether how they implement the cat.
I was thinking of that movie with the witches where there's the black cat who was like my wife has loved that movie since she was a kid.
Hocus Pocus?
Hocus Pocus, yeah. I was thinking Princess Donut could be like a Hocus Pocus deal.
It's like Uncanny Valley cat, like Sabrina's little like little like
we had this technology
okay.
like decades ago.
Just do what they do with Yoda.
Bring back animatronics.
I'd be interested to see if they can like incorporate like the HUD into some of the shots too, because in some of the action scenes, you may not like want to cut to like Donut like having a weird mouth like talking. You want to be in Carl's point of view, and then your HUD comes up with a screaming donut. to try and figure this out. I mean, some of those "it all happened at once" scenes.
Aside from
tough.
like,
Yeah,
If
that's
you're
the piece
constantly
that I
cutting
think is going to be also hard to do is the chat aspect of it. Is because like okay, because half of the books are just talking
Well, they
in
can do
chat.
that.
It's
They've done it in
essentially-
Sherlock. They've done it in a lot of sci-fi movies. I think they can easily
show
do that.
like DMs to the side of a character or something.
Yeah,
to see
but
what-
how do you do? But
I
how
can't
would
even
you
remember-
implement that
I can't
in
even
a more
remember
live
the,
action piece of Carl is visually seeing something happen at the exact same time that this entire chat feature is going. So how are we
going on? Yeah.
How are we as the audience going to be visually seeing what Carl's seeing, but also pay attention? I'm gonna see it's like I'm gonna have to pause this so that I can read the chat, just so that I can understand what's going on, and also visually see everything that Carl in the books, it would be describing it. So, because for me,
I would recommend some homework assignment for you is to look at Sherlock, the show, with Benedict Cumberbatch. It does a really good job of that specifically, with showing like stuff on cell phones and things as they come in. That's just the example.
I
that
know
comes to
exactly
mind.
what you're talking about. That's an interesting idea, actually. I think something like that, like could function. For me, reading the book, like after reading, I read the first book, Dungeon Crawler Carl, obviously, and I don't feel like anything I read, like I don't know how you guys were imagining the dungeon, but I kind of imagine like dark pits and tunnels and rooms. Like I don't feel like there was like incredible like fantasy vistas where you have to have like 1,000 artists working on crunch.
Agreed.
Like I think the hardest
low lights.
Yeah,
You know
like-
exactly what I was imagining. Barb, I don't remember the name of it, but do you remember that one dungeon crawler game in UFO 50?
From UFO 50,
Valbrace,
yes.
yeah.
That's exactly what I was imagining when I'm thinking of dungeon crawler.
So, like,
Me too, 100%.
So
I think like the picture that he has on
I was just
stream.
thinking of
that's
like an
also kinda
alley,
how I
like an alley that just kept going. Like when I was visualizing the levels, I was just visualizing an alley that just continued on and set the stage for just about like 99% of all the scenes in the book. And like when I think about like the dungeon, when I thought about the dungeon, like from a macroscopic perspective, I thought more of like an upside down pyramid kind of a thing, where like they're going down, because the dungeon, they go down levels, right? So everything's downward. So they're going down, down, down. That's how I looked at it.
Just as an aside, I can already imagine for the TV show, I'm picturing a scene in like an early episode where it's the very tropey like TV or movie scene where it's a training montage with Eye of the Tiger in the background, and Carl and Donut are just going through the dungeon like
if
fighting.
Seth
various
MacFarlane is
mobs.
involved with, so they're gonna do some shit like that.
Yeah,
Like,
there has to be a
absolutely.
training montage of some sort.
Yeah.
Well, and like even like in World, that sounds like Donut would cast her level 5 training montage spell, and that's how they would
Yeah.
like spend the afternoon leveling up without a lot of like thought or effort otherwise, right? Like it's all very consistently in World to have that be like a really cheesy plot point, right? I can see that.
Yeah. But like based on
the
what I've
fact that
read,
the fact that the cat has like the ability to use magic missiles. Like I am genuinely going to be probably in the next week, just because of this book, go and watch the Alice in Wonderland live action that has Johnny Depp. I can't remember. I don't know if anyone's seen it, but I think I can't remember how the Cheshire Cat is structured in that movie, but I kind of want to just go and see it just to like get an idea. I don't know.
yeah. But I do think that I don't think it's like a super challenging book to try to adapt. I do think that there is potential that they could do a pretty admirable job of keeping it like true to the book, and like they don't need like I think it's I also think it's like perfect length for like, I don't know, season 1, 6 episodes, 8 episodes or something. Like it's kind of perfectly made for that. The dialogue is not crazy. Like it's kind of paced really nicely. Yeah, the show is going to write itself. Like you can pretty much just take that. You can elaborate. I don't think anybody's going to get upset about that either, right? Like you also don't have to piss off like Tolkien fans or anything like that too. So I don't know. I think that it might do pretty well. We'll see.
I just hope they don't do that dumb shit where they like release the first 4 episodes and then you have to wait a couple months and then they release the second 4 episodes. I just think that's so stupid.
Yeah, I mean that's their
Gotta do it by
formatting.
season,
Like who
probably.
knows? And then you got to wait like 2 years for the next season or some shit. You know, who
Season
knows?
cliffhangers.
Coming out
Yeah.
in 2020-30.
Like imagine when you cast
2030.
a particular cat and then it takes so long to make the whole series that the cat dies and they have to replace it with a new cat. Like, you know,
I was thinking
make the
that
thing
with the
quickly.
Stranger Things kids being like adults now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like 11 has like a baby. Like she's like a mother. She's like an adult mother person. And
Oh,
it's
dude,
like,
so those faces, the memes from her face from the last season were so fucking funny, bro. Oh my god. Like her face can't even move anymore because of like the what was it, the injections or whatever. Like,
The
oh, God.
Botox. That's getting to be a really big problem with a lot of productions. Is so many of these actresses, they have so much work done on their face that they can't emote properly.
and
right?
actors, they all do.
Like, well, like their foreheads don't crease, their smile lines
Face
like don't
maxing.
appear. It really looks uncanny that they can't act properly.
Well, I think the cat would be more like along the lines of like Ted, the TV show Bear, not like a live action cat. But
Yeah,
that's just,
yeah.
like
Yeah,
just
it's
from the show.
Agreed.
Yeah, but other
Oh
casting
yeah,
might
that's
be
right. Jeff McFarlane has experience with Ted, so
Yeah.
oh god.
Yeah, that would be the way to go.
You know, they should just lean
it's
into
finally
it.
his time to shine.
They should just lean into it and just like use a fucking like Muppet and like a crappy puppet on Carl's shoulder.
Yeah. I would-
Like when
I
he's
would love
riding the
that so
motorcycle, you can clearly see that it's just, like if he's riding the motorcycle and donuts on his shoulder or something, you
Because
can just
she's
like
always on his
clearly see
shoulder.
it's a puppet moving around. Like just don't even bother, just lean into it, right? Like why not?
I mean, but honestly, like,
A sock
like,
bucket with cat ears.
like, is that wrong though? Like, this is such a campy, over-the-top series. Like, we're looking at this picture of this man in his boxer shorts with his like feet
Yeah.
front and center, right? Like, it's all stupid. So, like,
That's what
why
it's
not
meant to
really
be.
lean
I would
into how
love
fucking
Muppet.
stupid it is,
I
right?
mean,
like,
it's
I
NBC
like how dumb it is. That's part of its charm.
It's
right?
NBC,
Like,
so
that's
they'll
supposed to
probably
be dumb.
spend like $10 million trying to animate a cat or something. So let's be real.
Totally, and made like to look like some uncanny valley bullshit. They should have just saved their cash.
Carl's feet constantly sparkling all the time.
I'll be very
Yeah, look at
curious
those
to
little
see who
sparkly
they
feet.
cast
Beautiful.
to voice act Donut, just because I feel like out of all of the various characters, Donut has the most unique personality. She really stands out the most, especially from Carl, who's a little bit less interesting. I feel like Donut really needs to have like a good voice actress to capture that.
I think it should be Jeff Hayes.
Jeff Hayes needs to be Donut and the AI. That's
Yeah, I agree, everyone.
The credits can't be
I
just Jeff
haven't
Hayes,
listened
Jeff
to
Hayes,
the-
Jeff Hayes, Jeff Hayes. I would like it to because I listened to the audiobooks as well. But you know, I think the audiobook audience would be the biggest critics of the TV show, more so than the book fans.
Well, there's more of them than the book people.
Right. That's
Way
Let me
more
ask
dumb,
a question
apparently. Yeah,
for
the numbers outweigh.
audiobook people. If Jeff
Who
Hayes
do
can
you
only
think? Who do you think would be a good Carl though?
if Jeff Hayes can only do one voice in the TV show, which one do you think he would do best?
That's interesting.
The AI.
The AI.
I would say the AI.
Well, I'd say the AI too, but I think they do a lot of like post editing on a lot of the scenes for that AI eventually, right? Like, so I think that would be the easiest one for them to not have him do.
All right, that
Not
sounds
par-
pretty unanimous.
not-
Thank you.
Not particularly. I mean, they mainly do like the sound effects and like the kind of like the raspiness piece of it. But I've watched Jeff Hayes posts on Instagram all of the all like the recordings and stuff like that. And
like booth
when he's doing the AI, it sounds very similar to how it does in the book. It's just they do edit it a little bit just to kind of give it that more like, okay, this is a program. This isn't a real person doing
like
it.
echoing quality.
Yeah,
I wonder-
but that's all that they do.
I wonder how they're going to do the AI on the show. Is it going to be just a voice, a disembodied voice?
I would think
so.
it. I would
Probably have, like, a
think at
holographic
first.
face or
I
something.
would think at first. I mean, because that's all that we know about the AI is just he's just there.
Yes.
Like we don't know what the AI looks like. We don't. From the first book's perspective, it's like he's just in his head. he's in
it
Carl's
becomes,
head.
really important as the series goes on.
Thinking about the book, I actually feel
pretty-
like one of the more like difficult things might be like the item descriptions, because the items they get like matter a lot. So I'm not
that's
sure.
where I was saying like.
I guess they could show like visually, right? Like
That's where I'm saying like I feel like I'm gonna have to pause it because I know that the descriptions matter, but somebody who's watching it for the first time may not know that the descriptions matter.
They probably just can't spend too much time talking about the nitty gritty of each item. So like they probably like if Carl puts on like a shirt that raises his strength, like maybe he puts it on, it looks magical, and then like his muscles grow or something, and he's like, oh my
Maybe
god.
it's some
and he like punches a pillar and the pillar breaks or something. And
Maybe
like,
they'll
"Oh my
do
God."
that like when he's in the safe room. Like when he's in the safe room, they'll catch him up rather than doing it like real time, like in the books. They'll catch him up like in the safe rooms or something like that.
Yeah.
They should do it Dragon Ball Z style and just have entire episodes dedicated to all the item descriptions and Carl opening all the loot boxes.
Well, and sometimes when you have like actual,
As far as I feel like Ready Player One does have like I feel like it could be a useful model to kind of like draw a little bit of stuff from, because as far as like HUD display and like chat and all that, Ready Player One, the movie, was pretty good. So
I just
don't
think
know.
you'll have to pay particular attention to certain items that are more important. Like
there are
like
certain
when
items that are very-
Carl gets like the foot care kit, like they've got to put emphasis on the foot care kit, right? Or when he crafts like the moonshine bomb that's actually named after him, like they're gonna have to pay particular attention to that one.
Whenever I have an idea. Whenever Carl gets an achievement in like the show, I feel like they shouldn't even like stop the show to do it. It should appear like an Xbox Live achievement, like on the screen. Could be like,
I see the. That's honestly
if
like.
he gets blasted off screen, it's just you kind of briefly see it in the corner, pausing.
yeah. It should just appear on the bottom with like the blink, and the UI can look exactly the same or something, right?
Just imagine like the entire TV show as a whole has like a HUD UI overlaid on it, like when you play Metroid Prime, you see Samus's like visor and like various HUD elements. Like imagine the entire show's just like that.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe
three bar across the top.
There's definitely like some
as the series
unique...
goes on, the AI is more and more of a character in its own right. The HUD basically that Carl's dealing with becomes a character in its own right. So like how does the show visually
the AI
represent
also
that these are
describes
characters
as well.
interacting with Carl as much as anybody else is, right? Like they're equally as important to the storytelling.
Because the descriptions also were very like the descriptions change based on also the perspective of as the story progresses. Some of the descriptions for certain things are like, what the fuck was that?
Right. The UI is a character at the end of the day. Like
the UI eventually becomes a character.
There's unique challenges to doing an adaptation of Dungeon Crawler Carl, but I do kind of think like all of the pieces are there. Like I don't feel like this is like the Silmarillion, like adapting that, like bro, that's fucking impossible, bro. Like, and that's really hard. Dungeon Crawler Carl, I feel like is easy. I feel like that's not like a hard thing for them to do. Like it's got some unique challenges, like how do you figure this out? But I think I think it could be good. I think that
or they hire all of us and then we write the show.
I don't think it's hard. I just think
Did we give Barb the money?
Exactly.
Barb plays Carl.
I think I think the series is probably poised. Like I think it's already kind of blown up for the past couple of years. It's probably going to blow up even more at that point too. But I mean, it's NBC, and they're certainly they could absolutely fuck it up, and who knows? So we'll see.
I do feel like a better question would be, when are we going to get a Dungeon Crawler Carl video game? Right? Like
it's possible, right?
Poised for a video game.
I would more be on board for that rather than a TV show.
Or make it like an MMO. It could be like an MMO style game.
I feel like I can almost guarantee like that if it isn't like something that they're going to do, it's probably something that they've talked about already. Because
I feel like it's got to be in the works.
Yeah, it may already be.
According to the wiki, according to the wiki, there's the TV show, there's a tabletop game, there's a video game, there's like a series of web comics, there's comic book series, like there's like 1,000 Dungeon Crawler Carl media associated thingies that are all about to start hitting stores in the next couple of like years, right? Like it's blowing up. It's blowing up quite profoundly.
They're definitely gonna cash in for sure, no doubt. I wouldn't. Do we have an idea when the NBC show? What do we know when the show is gonna come out?
Next year.
This year or next year?
Next year.
Oh, okay. That's sooner than I thought. So they're moving pretty quick on that. So
It would be kind
I
of
feel like
funny
almost
for the
in a
video
way
game
like
to
we're
be just
all
like
ahead of the
completely
curve.
AI.
that's super quick. Yeah, it is pretty quick. Not filming yet. It'll take a little time. But next year, I feel like the turnaround on TV shows are pretty long nowadays for them. Like it'll take years to get the next season. But it seems like they're moving pretty fast on that. So we'll see. We'll see how that
just
turns
like
out.
anime, because some animes take like 3 years to do like 12 episodes.
Right. All right, well, guys.
I know also, as a random note, I know also that Matt Dinneman is like super active on Reddit, and he is the main moderator of the Iron Maiden subreddit. That is his like his claim to fame on the internet. So he's one of us. He's just one of us. Is all I'm gonna say. I like Matt
A Reddit mod. Oh no.
I am not one of those.
Subreddit of all things. Like, of all things.
All right, guys. Well, it's getting late. I'm heading to bed. Guys, thank you for checking in on book club. Thank you for all the discussion, all your points.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks,
Barb. Super fun being here. I hope we can
Again
do it
soon, okay?
Yeah, I appreciate all you guys coming by and shooting the
Thanks
shit
for
and talking
hosting.
the book. Thank you guys all.
Barb.
Thanks for having us.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, guys, that was a book club for Dungeon Crawler Carl, guys. That is book club complete. Really, really fun. I knew, I had a feeling this was going to be a very lively book club discussion. It was a lot of fun, guys. I enjoyed having it. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'm gonna go to bed. This was so much fun. I'm glad you love book club now. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. I hope we did a good job putting this on. Guys, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'm going to bed. I'll see you guys next time. Bye, guys. Have a great rest of your night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. If not, I'll see you guys next time. Thank you guys for watching on YouTube as well. If you were hanging out there, I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. Love you guys. Have a great rest of your night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys. Have a good one. See you guys later. Bye-bye.